Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this first ever for ALA virtual conference program. The CALA program is called Treasure Hunter in Libraries, Why Not? My name is Hong Yao. I'm the president-elect for CALA. For those of you who do not know much about CALA, it stands for Chinese American Librarians Associations. CALA was founded in 1973 and then has been around for close to 50 years. Our main goal of CALA is to provide platforms for our members to share information, ideas, and experiences in the field of library and library education, in particular for professionals with Chinese background or in the field of Chinese studies or Asian studies. For today's program, Treasure Hunter in Libraries, Why Not? We have two panelists who will talk about their experiences in creating events and activities that promote the sense of treasure hunting in the library world. So I will introduce the two speakers, and then we'll have a number of question and answers at the end. So our first speaker is Eileen Wofford, who is a research librarian at Galter Health Science Library and Learning Center, part of Northwestern Feinberg School. Eileen works with faculty, students, staff, and affiliated clinical researchers to provide reference and research services. Eileen is the librarian liaison to several departments and centers, including Center for Community Health. Eileen provides a range of educational programs to community partners throughout the Chicagoland. Now let's welcome Eileen. Eileen, you're on. You're muted.
Yep. Yes. All right, so thank you for the introduction. Hopefully you can all hear me. Let me jump into my PowerPoint and get started. All right, so I am glad to join you today to talk about something that is near and dear to me. Before I talk about what I want to talk about, let me just point out that you can find the updated slides at the link on this page, as well as through this code. As mentioned, my name is Eileen Wofford, and I am a research librarian at Galter Health Sciences Library and Learning Center, which is the library for Northwestern University's Feinberg School of Medicine. The title of my presentation is Searching for the Best Available Evidence, Taking the Quest Beyond the Medical School Community. I'll get to the concept of best available evidence shortly, but to start, let me tell you a little bit more about my role at Feinberg. So, as mentioned already, I work with faculty, staff, students, and affiliated researchers. I also serve on various committees and teams. I conduct my own research. I also provide training and assistance with systematic and scope reviews. These are big literature searches intended for publication. And I participate in several collaborative partnerships, as well as create and deliver training on the evidence-based medicine process. So this presentation is going to hone in on these last two points where I talk about the combination of creating and delivering training on evidence-based medicine to our partners in the community. So what do I mean by evidence-based medicine? Evidence-based medicine is the principle that guides modern medicine. It is often defined as the conscientious, explicit, judicious, and reasonable use of modern medicine in clinical decision-making. Evidence-based medicine, often shortened to EBM, combines the clinical expertise, the patient's values and preferences, as well as the best available research. When it comes to the process of EBM, it starts with asking a question, then acquiring evidence, appraising that evidence, applying that evidence if it's relevant, and then assessing the process. As a research librarian, I help patrons with translating their information needs to an answerable question, and then searching various sources to acquire evidence for that question, and then connecting them to tools to appraise the quality of that information. As mentioned in the introduction, most of my EBM training is given to folks in my liaison areas, which include preventive medicine, surgery, the Center for Community Health at Northwestern, and the Institute for Global Health. And so my active liaison areas are highlighted in purple. When it comes to community engagement at Feinberg is a very important principle. As you can see from this map, it's a little outdated, but many researchers are involved in projects and partnerships throughout the Chicagoland area. And it is through these partnerships that librarians at Galter have had the opportunity to take EBM training to the community. And so what I want to do now is highlight 4 partnerships where or 4 projects that I've been involved with, where I had the opportunity to take EBM training to the community. The first one I want to start with is the Northwestern Medicine Scholars Program. This is an annual 1-hour training that I give to students from a local high school in Chicago. The training occurs at Galter. This year, of course, it will be online. And during the training, I teach the students how to access, first off, locate, then access, and then appraise the health information. And we're searching different databases and websites. And by the end of the training, the students leave with treasure in the form of information to support their summer research project. The next partnership I want to highlight is the Chicago Czech Summer Research Fellows Program. Similar to the Northwestern Medicine Scholar Program, this is a training that I provide to students. This time the students are undergrads or recent grad students, or students who recently graduated from their undergrad degree. And this training occurs over 2 sessions, 1 hour each session. And during the training, I help the students, again, find, access, and appraise health information. However, I'm also teaching them how to construct more complex searches so that they can find these information without too much time and energy on their end. And by the end of the training, the students are expected to have evidence to support their summer research project as well. The third program I want to highlight is the Health for All project. This is an ongoing project where a team and I from Northwestern, we go to various Chicago public libraries and we teach the patrons about clinical trial participation. We're not recruiting. All we're doing is providing information and giving them the ability to access clinical trial information and clinical trial throughout the Chicagoland area. And so we do this using information from the healthforallproject.org website, which we develop in collaboration with Chicago Public Libraries and library patrons. By the end of our hour-long training, the library patrons leave with the treasure in the form of information about clinical trial participation, as well as the ability to find relevant clinical trials that they might be interested in. And the last program I wanted to highlight took me to 2 senior living facilities in St. Charles, Illinois, which is a western suburb of Chicago. And this was a partnership between librarians from the St. Charles Public Library Outreach Services Department and myself. During this training, it was a multi-part training opportunity where the librarians from St. Charles, they first went to the resident facilities and taught the residents how to use laptops. I came in a week or 2 later and taught the residents how to find health information on senior health from Medline Plus database as well as Google. I also provided a train the trainer session to the public librarians to teach them how to be better able to answer information and find information related to health information. And so by the end of the training, the residents were able to find relevant health information, and they were so excited about it too. So this was one of my favorite opportunities that I've experienced in terms when it comes to working with community partners. So as I provided EBM training to community partners, I've encountered a number of challenges. Some of the big ones are expectations, specifically the expectations of the partners regarding the library and the librarians, like what we can provide, as well as the time it takes to plan the sessions and then teach EBM training, at least everything I think the attendees should learn, teach that stuff in 1 hour. And then there are resources. As many of you all know, there's different level access to resources, especially health information resource and information content, which a lot of it is on databases that are not freely available. And so to address these challenges, I have found it's really important to maintain open and ongoing communication with the partners, tell them what is possible, what isn't possible. When creating the programs, target the program objectives and then build on that. And it's so important to reuse content. I found that for at least 3 of the training that I've talked about, I was able to reuse content. I also find that I can reuse content for my own user base too. So with that said, I just want to say that doing these things helped me take EBM training outside of the medical school environment and help the community partners discover treasure that is the best available evidence for their health information needs. And so thank you for your time and attention. I have some references on this slide, including links to some of the programs that I talked about. So thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. We all know that healthcare and medicine is the most complex information, and then it's well needed. Great job. We'll have some questions at the end of the presentation for both. So our second panelist, Natalie Milbrook, she works at the Queens Public Library and wears 2 hats. She works as a coordinator for metadata services and also director for Queens Memory Project. So Natalie leads a team of Queens Library's Metadata Service Division responsible for the library's, also responsible for the library's oral history and a community archiving program, digitization, and cataloging. She also serves on the Oral History Association's Metadata Task Force and as an advisory board member for Global Grand Central, the New York State Archive, and then Wikitons. Now let's welcome Natalie. Natalie, it's all yours.
Thanks, Anh. I appreciate it. So let me share my talk with you all. There we go. So thanks for the kind introduction. And I'm going to be talking today about work that we're doing for the Queen's Memory Project, which is a collaborative endeavor that is 10 years old now between the Queen's Public Library and Queen's College, which is part of the City University of New York. So in that collaboration, we're doing a lot of work that has similarities to the work that Eileen is talking about, despite having different subject matter and also some different audiences. I think that there are some through lines between the work that she was just talking about and the work that I'll be talking about. And I think that it'll be really interesting to see how, when you're doing community engaged librarianship, there are a lot of similarities in the work that you're doing, no matter what your subject is and no matter who your community is. So what I'll be talking about today is the practice of community archiving. So this has kind of a history that started in the 1970s in the Dig Where You Stand movement, which was an effort to think about local history and creating a historical record that is local, and seeing your own expertise as a family member, as a community member, as a member of a workplace, as having, you know, some valuable and valid knowledge. And if we document our own communities and dig where we stand, so to speak, then we'll find treasures that are in our own experiences and our own families and local histories. And we are oftentimes the best experts to be able to figure out what things are important to make sure end up in the historical record about our own communities. So I'll be talking today about the treasure hunt that you can do in your own backyard with your communities that you serve. So a little bit about the Queen's Memory Project. As I mentioned, we're turning 10 this summer, and we've collected a number of interviews. We've done a lot of live events, but I think that if we were really just focused on collecting a lot of interviews, we could have collected a lot more interviews. But really our focus is a post-custodial approach to archiving, where we're as interested in sharing our skills as librarians and archivists with the communities that we serve as we are with collecting things for our own collections. So if we, for example, have a training session where someone learns really good interviewing skills, and then they go home and they interview a grandparent and then put that recording into their own family's archives, into their own family's collections, and don't share it with the library at all, that's really okay. But we do hope that people will contribute some of the recordings that they make with our help. And it's a way of really democratizing historical collecting and making sure that our local history archives reflects the broad diversity that we see in the borough of Queens, which is 2.3 million people, and it's the most diverse county in the United States. So I'm going to talk today about some of the lessons that we've learned in the time that we've been doing this work, and then some of the strategies that we employ in doing that work. So I'm not going to really take a bunch of time now to explain all of these things, but I'm going to come back to them after I share with you some of the different examples of programs and approaches that we're taking with community members and discuss these things more. So the first strategy that I'll talk about is the idea of show and tell. I think, Jeannie, I think we maybe need you to mute because your audio is coming across a little bit. Thank you. So this is the idea that if you're going to have an event at one of your libraries that invites the public in, there needs to be a kind of equality in the showing and the telling. So you can't, I mean, at first we were just trying to have events where we would say, please bring in your photos from home and we'll digitize them for you and we'll add them to our collections. But that was a little too one-sided. And what we found was that people showed up and they wanted to see treasures that were from the library's collections, as well as bringing in their own things. And that also models a kind of behavior of what kinds of materials we're interested in seeing. So when people can get their hands on historic photos, maps, where they can maybe see what their block looked like 100 years ago, those are really compelling draws for people to come in and see those treasures, and then to be able to share things from their own collections with us. We also we do collecting, and we try to up people's skills from wherever we find them, to just help them do a little bit better digital preservation for their own materials. So for example, when Patricia Rosendale in 2013 brought this photo to us from Broad Channel, this is a diver who is about to go into the waters that are around where is now JFK Airport. We talked to her about keeping that physical photograph safe and stable in her own home conditions, but we also gave her a flash drive and talked to her a little bit about digital preservation. So what we find is that people have usually a pretty short amount that they can take in at once with learning about personal digital archiving, but it's nice to have some kind of a general brochure or something to give people so that they have some guidelines about file naming, about good practices around keeping their materials safe, because a lot of people are just taking pictures on their phones and then sometimes losing them or not having great backups. We also really find a lot of the treasures in our communities through partnerships that we do with academics. So the scholar Ani Viladrich, who teaches sociology at Queens College, gave her students in an undergraduate sociology course where they were learning about fieldwork, the assignment to interview their own families. And the really cool thing about working with students at Queens College is that all of them are either immigrants themselves or they're maybe first generation Americans. So they were able to go back to their families and ask them about how migration to the United States has impacted their culinary traditions. So what more elaborate holiday kind of foods that you used to perhaps make with a large family back in your home country are things that you now do with friends who are from your same home country, and how do you divide that work out? What kind of ingredients do you substitute? How has the sharing of those foods changed in your new context living in Queens? Those were the kind of questions that we sent students to ask of their parents. And we heard about great things like we heard about the creation of stuffed grape leaves in a Cypriot style from Athena Varnava, who is the mother of one of the students who worked with us. And I'll just say that having people interview their own families or people that they know is just really a great way to leverage a lot of expertise and understanding that people have that they can bring into an interview. We also work a lot with neighborhood ambassadors. So people like Annabelle Short, who, when she moved to Astoria for the first time, she spent the first year of her life in Queens just interviewing people once a week, doing men on the street interviews on 30th Avenue, where she and her husband had gotten a place to live. And these interviews she turned into a blog. But then at the end of that first year, she was interested in just doing other creative projects, but she wanted to have a stable preservation home for all of the work that she had done. So she donated all of the interviews and all of her notes and materials to us. It became our first Born Digital collection that we added to our local history collections. And then that started a really nice collaborative relationship that we've maintained over the years. So we had a 5-year anniversary celebration where we brought in some of the people whom she had interviewed on the project and saw where their lives had gone in the 5 years that had passed. And then we also have her continuing to donate materials to our collections now and organize other public programs. So there really is an opportunity to have these people be ongoing treasures to your practice as a librarian and archivist. Another technique that we use is just leaving our library and going to other places in our communities. So we have pop-up events like the one that's pictured here that we had at the Queens Museum. So the Queens Museum is located in Flushing Meadows Corona Park, which was the site of the 1939 and 1964 World's Fairs. So when the World's Fairs had their 50th and 75th anniversary celebrations, the museum had a lot of programming and events around those anniversary events. So we showed up and we solicited people to come in with artifacts that they had from the fairs. And we heard great stories. We were able to record people's memories of the fair. So we were able to do a kind of thematic, shorter interview project. Usually we're doing life history interviews where we sit down with someone in a quiet place and record them for like 2 hours and maybe over more than one session. But these were kind of shorter interviews. But we found that we were able to really spread the word about our project and about the library more generally when we were in a space where people, maybe don't always go to the library, but they do go to the museum. So it's just a matter of getting out a little bit and finding people in different places to raise awareness about your project. We also really love doing partnerships with artists. And Claro de los Reyes was doing a project to document Filipino communities across Queens. And he partnered with us so that he would have a preservation partner to take care of all of the interviews that he was creating and to be a home for some public programming. So it was a great partnership for us because he had really cultivated a following for the kind of programs that he was doing. And again, he brought an audience and he brought a lot of stories that weren't already in our collections. And for him, we provided a lot of services that are actually just impossible for an independent artist to set up on their own. So having a server infrastructure and preservation protocols and a staff to process things is really something that an institution can provide that's very valuable to an artist. So having that partnership where both sides are getting something really, truly valuable is an important aspect in this work. Another thing that we do to kind of do a little bit of treasure hunting is we do walking tours. And we really believe strongly in not only physically going out and doing maybe a pop-up somewhere, but also doing that in the virtual world. So we like getting the library's content onto platforms that are not just our own websites. So we try to, as much as we can, have a nice presence in a couple of different strategic online places. So some of that is social media. We have an Instagram and Facebook and Twitter presence, but we also have a presence on Urban Archive. And at first we were using Urban Archive as the tool for doing walking tours. So this one, for example, is the Iron Triangle, which is an area adjacent to the stadium where the Mets play. And it's an area that was really kind of in the news and controversial because it was undergoing development. It was an area that people were really interested in. So we were able to share some historic pictures and create a walking tour that people could do just using their smartphone as a guide and see some historic pictures and walk around the area. But since the pandemic started and we moved to an all online interaction with our volunteers and with the public that we serve and with our own staff, we have leaned into our use of Urban Archive. And they were very generous to very quickly set up a Queen's Memory COVID-19 project, which I'll link to a little bit later in the talk. And it's the way that we've been soliciting people's stories about their experiences of living in Queens at this time during the pandemic. So it allows people to just use that platform to very seamlessly in multiple languages upload photographs, video, sound recordings, of course, interviews, and then even written submissions that they're making that they want to contribute to our collection. So we've had a really great experience working with them, and we found that it's been really helpful for outreach to have a technology partner that has kind of their own mechanisms for public outreach that we can coordinate with our own. Another strategy that we employ is just the idea of remix and mashups. So a lot of times, especially with oral history collections, what happens is a lot of people enjoy recording them, but then not a lot of people use oral histories, like access them afterwards or use them in their research, use them as they would use other primary source materials. So we found that it's important to pull those materials and create compelling, produced or curated public displays of those materials so that it gives them kind of a way into the collection. So one example of this is a 10-episode podcast season called Memories of Migration that was created almost entirely by Adrienne Lara, who is pictured on the far left in this picture. She did just an amazing job of not only finding great stories that were in our oral history interviews with people who were talking about their experiences of migrating to Queens and settling, but also to do the communication piece of that, so that she reached out to them, made sure that they were fully involved in the selection process of what part of their interview was going to be featured in the episode. And then we were able to have 3 different launch events that were public events at our libraries, where we invited the people whose interviews had been used in an episode. And we all did a listening together of the episode, which was about 20 minutes long, each episode. And then we were able to do kind of a talkback session with the people whose stories we had featured. So they were able to answer questions that people had about what had happened since the recording of their interview that we were listening to. And they were also able to just give us some broader context around the particular clip that was used in the podcast. So people brought their families. It was really an exciting time and a great way to honor people who had been so generous to share their experiences and have them part of the record. And I think that it also just reinforced with these folks who had been generous with their family's history that we really were going to be using these things and that they really were important, and that it kind of gave them a vision of the future of how people might continue using these resources. And the last example that I'll share is this one that was from our South Hollis Library. We had a teen interviewing program, and these young men did an excellent job interviewing Mr. Parker, who is a Vietnam veteran, about his experience as a veteran, and then also his experience living in Queens. And they came up with really great questions. And now we have that interview in our collections, documenting not only Mr. Parker's story, but also documenting a project that I'm sure these young men and their families will be excited to access in the future. And I'll say that, you know, the thing that we're going to be doing next for Queen's Memory, once we're all back at work, is we really want to develop an ambassadors program that would involve a much more involved role for our community libraries. There are many librarians who are working closely with communities in their branches who have great stories to tell about the history of their neighborhood. And we want to make sure to give those librarians all the tools they need so that they can be an ambassador to the Queen's Memory Project and help them to teach people how to conduct good interviews, how to put together a complete submission package that can enter the archive. So that's one of our future goals that we're going to be doing this year. So just to review some of the lessons that we've learned that I shared with you today, and also some of the strategies that we employ. Again, people, whether it's staff who are your coworkers or people who are volunteers or interns, are truly the greatest treasure in doing any kind of community outreach. They're the people who can leverage their own relationships and be a good translator between library speak and archive speak, and then how people think about things who are not librarians, which is very helpful. And then another idea that we talked about was this sharing back and forth. So making sure that if you're asking the public to contribute to their information or their stories, that you're also giving them something back. And so that creates a kind of equity between a library and the public that it serves. And that dialogue is super important for creating relationships that are going to last beyond one event and really stretch into years of collaboration. We talked about the idea of taking your show on the road or getting out into the community, leaving your library and, you know, doing pop-ups or just getting yourself out virtually in other spaces beyond your own institution's website. And then also being a good partner. So any project that you take on with either an organization or an individual, making sure that everybody is getting something really useful out of that partnership and that you walk away wanting to work together again. So some strategies that we employ is that we diversify our outreach. So again, this is about, you're going to attract a different person through Instagram than you're going to attract when you have a live event with a friends of the whatever library group that you're doing a public event with. And it's important to really have both of those kinds of approaches and to be thoughtful about who you are reaching with the methods of outreach that you're using and who you might be missing. So that's a constant kind of conversation and review, looking at where there are gaps in your collections and gaps in your audience. Diversifying your team, the more diverse your team is in every way. So, age-wise, socioeconomic, geographic diversity, backgrounds, language backgrounds. I mean, all of those things, all as diverse as you can be, it will strengthen your ability to reach the greatest number of people. And when you're doing work that is really as personal as community archiving is, then there's also a trust factor that is really aided when you have ambassadors who can really understand the heart of what you're trying to do and be able to communicate that effectively to the communities that they're part of. The engagement funnel is a way that we reach people. So, for example, we have some events where people can just show up and be an anonymous audience member. But then what our goal is to move that person to maybe another event after that, where they will perhaps share a brief story from their own life along with other people who are also sharing stories in perhaps like an open mic event or a story sharing circle. And then we want to continue identifying people who have great stories and who maybe are very connected with their communities and move them into a position where they are really part of our team. And they are conducting interviews. They're helping us to process things. They're doing outreach on our behalf. And that's the way that we can really grow our core team of people who are doing this work to do this local history documentation. So the engagement funnel is the idea of just bringing people in and bringing them closer and closer into your core team of people who are doing this work. And a volunteer can have a really tremendous impact on what is in the historic record, depending on what interviews they are willing to do and who they're willing to reach out to. So it's very empowering. And then the last thing I'll say is that it's just important to learn, refine, and repeat. So any public event that you're doing, any workflow that you're working out, it's just important to just keep trying it and try to make things as low risk as possible for just being able to try and repeat, and then just analyze what worked and what didn't. And even if you make little micro changes in between each time you do a kind of public event, you'll eventually end up with a very strong event that you'll be able to document and then continue doing in the future. And that's it. So this is my email and then our main website. And then the queenslib.org/COVID is our project page for the Queen's Memory COVID-19 project that we're doing in collaboration with Urban Archive. So if you follow those links, you'll be able to see some of the things that people have shared with us and how people can participate. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Natalie. We all know that how important actual local history is for community building. So kudos to what Natalie did in her work. She came to Queen's Library as one person to start this project, and she tapped into all those different resources and now actually grow it into a program with many, many people. So it's not an easy job, but if you continue doing that and then just be like creative, she made it happen. Thank you, Natalie. So now we are, unfortunately, because of technical difficulties, we are not able to take questions from our participants online right now. So if you have questions, you will have to email specific questions to email contact Natalie and Eileen separately. Right now, we have a number of CALA committee members going to ask some questions on behalf of you. Okay, we have about 5 minutes left, and I have Li Ping on to ask her first question.
Hi, this is Li Ping. Eileen, thank you for a wonderful presentation. I wonder whether you could share a bit more about possible challenges when it comes to time and expectations in outreach activities such as those you described. That's the first part. And also, in any of the cases, did you have to limit or alter what you were able to offer?
Yeah, so the first part is the challenge of presenting and creating programs for community outreach partners is that it's not directly the medical school community. And so I have to justify taking a lot of time outside of my normal workflow to create these programs. So one of the things that I've done is really map our mission to affect and improve medicine for all people, not just, working on the community or the medical school community, but all people, for health for all, like the title of that one project. And so really justify like using this time away from some of the systematic reviews, some of the EVM training that I'm supposed to present to other groups, and just tell them like, hey, yeah, this is still part of our mission. And so that's always a struggle. It's like, because it really takes a lot of time to develop programs, regardless of the audience. And then the second part was, what was the second part, Li Ping?
Did you have to limit or alter any of the programs you were able to offer?
I had to alter all of them. However, I have like a base, like the base is the same. I know that there's one database that pretty much everyone can search. Just kind of how I teach them how to search that database is a little different for each audience member. But yes, I had to limit and modify all the presentation for each audience, because one of the audience is high school students, and then there's seniors with very limited technology skills. So, but the basis, I pretty much have the same base. It's just tweaking that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one quick question for Natalie. You mentioned about COVID-19 project. You all know that we went through the pandemic, and the Queens actually is in the epicenter. So I know you and your staff actually plunge yourself in, take the opportunity to reach out to document the, the loss, the experiences people experience in Queens, and then also the joys, when you see kindness. If you can elaborate a little bit how that gets started and what do you see, and then any result by now.
Sure. Well, we have over 300 things up on that project page that we link to. And what we're seeing a lot of are people's experiences being very different from one another. So we are seeing a lot of stories of resilience, people helping each other, and maintaining a strong sense of community. So that's definitely a theme that's been coming through. But what we've really been seeing is that there's just such a disparity of experience, and that it's really falling along all of the lines that you would expect that you're reading about in the news, and that some neighborhoods are just hit so much harder than others.
Great. I think that's about it for today's program. Thank you all so much for participating. And if you have any question, again, reach out to Natalie and Eileen, and then, we'll get them answered. Thank you. Goodbye.
Two Women Revealed, Researching the Lives of Women Through Archives and Government Sources. This panel is brought to you by GODORT, the Government Documents Roundtable, where people who work with or are just curious about international, federal, state, and local government information come together to work on projects like the Voter Toolkit and to learn more about the wild world of government information. So let's go ahead and meet our panel today. Benjamin Aldred is the Librarian for Social Work, Urban Planning, Maps, and Government Information at the University of Illinois at Chicago. Ben has an MLS from the University of Illinois and a PhD in Folklore and American Studies from Indiana University, where he specialized in tourist folklore about the Salem witch trials. He presently researches library collection development using digital humanities methods. Anya Jabor is Regents Professor of History at the University of Montana, where she teaches courses in U.S. women's history, the history of families and children, the history of gender and sexuality, and the American South. She is the author or editor of 6 books, most recently, a biography of Kentucky-born, Chicago-based social worker, educator, woman suffrage advocate, and social justice advocate, Sophia Breckenridge, Champion Women's Activism in Modern America. She has a particular interest in biography. She regularly teaches research and writing seminar entitled Writing Women's Lives, and for the past 3 years, she has been the state coordinator of an online biographical dictionary of suffrage advocates. Janet Olson has been assistant university archivist at Northwestern University since 1998. She retired in May 2020. Congratulations, Janet. Her final project at Northwestern was the creation of an exhibit on the same terms with accompanying catalog to mark the 150th anniversary of coeducation at the university. She has been the part-time archivist for the Francis Willard House Museum and the Women's Christian Temperance Union Archives in Evanston since 2007. She is a certified archivist and has held leadership roles in local, regional, and national professional organizations. She has a master's in history from Loyola University in Chicago. Her research focuses on 19th century social reform, and she has presented papers at history and archives professional conferences over the years. So as the panel goes through, please go ahead and ask questions. I will be monitoring for those. And if we don't have time to get to your questions, we do have a library guide that goes with this panel, and we will be able to answer some questions there as well. So our first question is, how do anniversaries such as the 100th anniversary of suffrage affect your audience and research? And what have you noticed about inquiries leading up to these events? Janet, would you like to start us off?
Sure. I have a lot to say on this. Since I've recently been involved in women-centered anniversaries in two different repositories. First, at the Willard Archives, the focus for the past 2 years has been the centennial of women's suffrage. And second, as we heard, my last project at Northwestern before retiring was an exhibit commemorating the 150th anniversary of coeducation at Northwestern. These projects brought in an influx of work for each archives, digging up hard to find biographical information on a wide range of women spanning nearly 200 years. At the Willard Archives, I helped scholars, historical societies, and museums across the country find out more about specific women's involvement in these overlapping suffrage and temperance movements. Many of the women were fairly obscure, and it was very fulfilling to bring their activism and accomplishments to light while also giving more credibility to the WCTU's reputation for empowering women leaders. For Northwestern's coeducation commemoration, inquiries came from across the university as each department or school sought to identify significant women, alumni, faculty, and administrators. Very often the inquiry was related to the search for firsts. The first woman to graduate from a specific school or program, the first woman to hold a full professorship in a department, the first African-American woman, the first Asian-American woman, the first Asian woman, etc., to graduate, the first to win an Olympic gold, the first to become a leader in a traditionally male field, etc. And in both cases, the Willard Archives and the Northwestern Archives, the research motivated by these anniversaries has resulted in wider awareness and appreciation among our audiences in four different ways. The range and accomplishment of each of these activist women, the extra efforts it takes to dig out their stories, the limitations of what might or might not have been saved in the archives, and the challenges that face archivists who try to collect and provide access to this information. What I specifically learned was the importance of looking beyond the usual suspects and valuing not just the firsts and the famous, but also the unrecoverable women, looking for the dedicated but unidentified WCTU members, the young women whose goal at Northwestern was just to get an education equal to a man's.
Great. Ben.
Yeah, there are some inquiries that we received. We don't have an extensive, women's suffrage collection, partially because UIC was not around at that point in time as a younger institution. But we have had a lot of inquiries that are related to the suffrage anniversary. Some of them related to the 1914 suffrage parade that happened in Chicago, the one that is pictured behind me in my virtual background. Some of them, and these were requests that we got for institutional records from the Cook County Socialist Party and the League of Women Voters of Cook County, which at the time was the National American Women's Suffrage Association. And so we've gotten some inquiries related to those, not a flood of them because we don't have the most extensive collections, but we've had some. One of the things that's been interesting is that a number of other anniversaries have come up that we've gotten other types of inquiries about that are related in some ways. We've had some inquiries back before our current system of tracking things related to the Illinois Suffrage Act of 1913, which was its own kind of anniversary, being the first state east of the Mississippi to grant women's suffrage, and a few inquiries related to the Chicago Charter vote of 1907, which was an interesting anniversary in that the defeat of a proposed Chicago charter, partially because of the activism of women's suffrage groups, was something that people had some interest in. We have a lot more extensive collections that we've had inquiries about and used related to the Equal Rights Amendment anniversary, partially because Illinois ratified that in 2018, a little late, but better late than never. And so we had an exhibit related to that gathered some of those materials together. But those anniversaries have been a good opportunity to highlight some of the things that have happened, not just the huge events, but some of the smaller ones and, you know, what happens on the local level.
Anya, was there anything you wanted to add?
Well, I would just add, Ben, that I used the collection of the Women's City Club of Chicago at your repository because at the time of its founding in 1910, it was a pro-suffrage organization and it played a really important role in promoting the adoption of women's suffrage in Illinois, and then also in a massive get out the vote campaign in 1913 and 1914. So, you know, it's not necessarily described as a suffrage collection. I can't actually recall now how the finding aids describe it, but it has a great deal of information about women's suffrage as well as women's reform more generally.
Thank you. And just a reminder, go ahead and put your questions in the chat. So this is a little more of a timely question. How do you conduct research during a pandemic? Anya, would you like to start us off?
Sure. So this is kind of a funny question in that because I recently published a book, I'm not currently actively engaged in research because I'm doing a lot more of speaking and writing actually related to the suffrage centennial, since Sophia Nisbet Breckenridge was, among other things, a suffrage activist. But I have some thoughts on how to conduct research during a pandemic based on my research for that book. I researched that book for 10 years and in all kinds of source material, in archival materials, in government documents, in personal records and in organizational records, in periodicals and in newspapers, in oral histories, and in family memoirs. I mean, sort of a broad gamut of sources. And the bulk of that research I did conduct on site in archives, in materials that weren't accessible any other way, like the collection that I mentioned a moment ago at UIC. But I also conducted a lot of that research in ways that could still be done just as well, perhaps even, dare I say, better, during a pandemic. So the single largest collection that I used for my research that took me a full 9 months to go through while I was on sabbatical is a microfilmed collection of the papers of Sophia Nisbet Breckenridge, which are held at the Library of Congress. It's a much larger collection it is part of a much larger collection of the entire Breckenridge family correspondence, but Sophia Nisbet's papers had been microfilmed, and there were 37 reels of microfilm, which equals 39 boxes of material. And so for the first 9 months of my research, I relied largely on that microfilm, which I obtained via interlibrary loan, right? And so I did it right here in the basement of my own library here in Montana. And microfilm is still a really important source for historical research, and it's something that one can still do during a pandemic. Another opportunity for research, even during a pandemic, that I experienced before said pandemic, is relying on the assistance of archivists and at various repositories. So folks like Ben and Janet. So because I had to go to many, many different locations, Nebraska and Washington, D.C. and Illinois, among others, in order to conduct my on-site research, in order to make it financially feasible, I also conducted some of my research long distance, and I really relied heavily on archivists for that. So for example, because Sophia Nisbet Breckenridge attended Wellesley College, I worked very closely with two different archivist there actually at Wellesley College, as well as then a research assistant that they helped me find to identify pertinent materials at Wellesley and to have those scanned and sent to me here. And I did the same thing at the Library of Congress with some materials in the much broader Breckinridge family papers as well. So, and then finally, of course, some materials are digitized, although not nearly as many as my students think should be. For example, the papers of the League of Women Voters, not the Illinois branch, which Ben has custody of, but the National League of Women Voters, although they're held, actually I can't recall now if they're held at the National Archives at the Library of Congress. I think the Library of Congress, but they also have been digitized. And I used those materials later in my research in that format. So those are all types of research that I did pre-pandemic that would, I think, be really useful now during the pandemic when the opportunities to do on-site research are more restricted.
Ben, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I would say my main advice is to start before, but absent time travel, there are a few things that you can do that are worthwhile. But it's just, a lot of the things that are part of research really do require more time than you imagine. So I had looked into getting some content for text mining, but that takes time, especially if because most places have to literally put together a hard drive and mail it to you. And so that makes it much more difficult. But there are a number of good resources out there that can be used for finding things. I actually found a lot of good government resources at HathiTrust and the Internet Archive in terms of local government resources for Chicago that have been scanned and are available for free in very searchable formats. And so finding those can be a really useful kind of treasure trove of information. It's also useful when there are things like Explore Chicago Collections, which is a networked, group of archives around Chicago that has a central web presence, so you can find what is where and what you might be able to get access to.
And Janet, did you have any thoughts?
Just a couple. Just to Anya's point about microfilm, which I love. I love microfilm. It's a great resource. But the problem is if you're and we have the Willard Archives has a big chunk of material that has been microfilmed as part of an NHPRC project back in 1977 that makes our resources much more available than the number of people who can come and visit us usually. But if your university library is closed, if ILL is not available, and even if you manage to have gotten some reels of microfilm somehow, if you don't have your own personal microfilm reader, it's even more frustrating. And I have really felt bad for all the researchers who've had to cancel their scheduled visits and who we just can't help them. And we are figuring out more. We are going to have to at the Willard Archives, which is very tiny, which in a way is good because it means that we could, I'm able to go in and look things up for people more easily, but we are going to have to figure out a way to be able to make more material available for people who are still not going to be able to visit us for quite a while. So we're going to have to do more scanning for individuals than we usually do, which is frustrating because there's so much more, each thing leads you to another thing. And it's just, you lose something. The researcher is not doing the research, which is frustrating for both ends.
So what are the challenges when researching women? Janet?
Let's see. Well, I'll start, since I'm the first one, I'll mention the name change situation that we all face. Women have more names than men. Married, maiden names, and then for married women, they can be Mrs. John Smith, they can be Mrs. Mary Smith, they can be, you know, that's you know, a standard problem we all have. So you have to run through the list of, okay, what was her maiden name? What was her married name? What was her husband's name? What were his initials, etc. But also, here's what I've run into. In an academic institution where women were non-existent or in the minority for the first 50 years, and then were considered co-eds rather than women students for the next 50 plus years, the information readily available about men students, such as athletics and things like that, is much harder to find in the records of women that we have. At the Willard Archives, we are in the unique position of dealing exclusively with women whose work and lives were very respected and could be well documented. But trying to trace a woman's career or her life before or after she became involved in the WCTU does become a challenge. And the standard challenges of decentralized record keeping and spotty collecting apply in both repositories. It's challenging to meet the expectations, to try to meet the expectations of researchers who assume that we in the archive, in the Willard Archives or in the university archives, have one big database with all the information about all the students who ever were, all the WCTU members who ever were, and we have to explain, we just don't have it. So, you know, those are the some of the challenges that we face. Kind of, I think most of us face these similar challenges.
Anya?
Sure. Well, as you probably gathered from my comments about the Breckenridge biography, my challenge in researching her was actually simply in reading all of the many different types of collections and getting to all the different collections where she had materials, or where her friends or her colleagues, or in some cases her enemies, had materials. So there was an abundance of information. What I have to say about this is more related to my work supervising students who have been researching sort of lesser known suffragists in Montana, as well as in a couple of other Western states as well. And those challenges are that there just is not very much information, that these are not women who played prominent enough roles in the suffrage movement that their activities have been well recorded really anywhere. And so what my students have done for that project is largely to rely on digitized materials, partly because they're accessible, but partly because there just isn't, I mean, there aren't archival collections for these kind of, you know, also ran suffragists. And so they've relied very heavily on local newspapers, especially those digitized through the Chronicling America project, which is one of my personal favorites. When I was researching Sophia Breckenridge, one of the things I loved about Chronicling America is I'd find these small town newspapers that would have a ladies page. And so there'd be, you know, ads for, you know, Lydia Pinkham's pink pills, female complaints, on the same page as a story about Sophia Breckenridge demanding equal rights and equal pay. And it was all on the ladies page. So I love Chronicling America. But the great thing about that is that it's small town papers, super useful for these lesser known women. They've also made a lot of use of the materials that have been collected on ancestry, particularly census data, but also some of them have really struck it lucky with yearbooks that are part of the ancestry collection. And then they've also found really a surprising amount of material in Google Books, because so many of these works are no longer in copyright, and so they've been digitized. And these women show up in these, you know, very obscure local histories, but they're there. Now, as Janet said, the trick to this is looking under every possible variant of the woman's name, including misspellings thereof. So working with somebody named Sophonisba Preston Breckenridge, who I have a lot of personal experience with this. Yeah. And her name was misspelled. I kept a list of all the different ways that her name was misspelled. And because I did that, because I'd had that experience before I was supervising these students who were working on suffragists, I was able to, give them very specific advice about how to use lots of different variants of the name that work both correct and incorrect in their searches and these digitized sources, where of course getting the spelling exact is usually very important. So you have to run the search over and over and over again.
Okay, so we're running a little bit short of time, so I am just going to move on to the next question and start off with Ben, who can also address challenges a little bit too.
Yeah, this definitely ties together a bit. So who's missing from archival and government collections? There's, looking at things, one thing that's definitely missing in a lot of these is local and municipal content. The larger scale things we have, more available archival material, but there are not as many local depositories for government information, and we don't get as much from small, organizations where people were very involved. And so that's definitely one element that's missing. It's also, in my experience, harder to use because things like municipal collections are often written with a much smaller audience in mind that is much more familiar with what's going on. So minutes from a city council meeting might just refer to something like Mr. Smith's complaint and expect that exactly what Mr. Smith was complaining about in a given situation. Content related to people of color. One of the things that I have been looking into and trying to find records for are records related to the Alpha Suffrage Club founded by Ida B. Wells Barnett. And there's very little information that's actually archived out there, which is a big loss because this was a major part of the suffrage movement. And Ida B. Wells is one of the great organizers in American history. And we don't get a lot of content. You see something, you can find some in digitized newspapers. There's a nice report from the Defender about different meetings, but you don't get any of the speeches or anything. There's a snippet that I came across in the minutes for a banquet, which was Mrs. Ida Wells Barnett, president of the club, in her usual happy manner, introduced the speakers and incidentally interjected some good, strong, logical advice. I would love to have access to what that good, strong, logical advice was and why it was worth 3 adjectives, to describe. But that's a thing that we don't have access to. It's very much something that is missing from the archival collections.
Anya.
Well, yeah, I would just echo that that typically people of color and also people of limited means who may not have been literate can be extraordinarily difficult to find in archival and governmental collections. And so being able to kind of use like birth and death records, right, to come up with some kind of broad statements about people's lives, and then searching for, just a couple of snippets from an archival source or a government document to breathe some life into those statistics, I think is a really challenging thing. One of the places that some historians have done a great job finding this kind of thing is in court records, because people who do not necessarily have not necessarily rated in terms of their papers being collected, or maybe they're illiterate, so they have no papers, do often show up in court, and they're testifying orally, but the testimony is taken down in a written format. So that's been a really good source for many scholars, for people who don't otherwise show up in archival and government collections.
Okay, I'm just going to move us to the next slide because it has the URL for our library guide. Again, if you have questions, go ahead and chat them, or the contact information will be available for our panelists. Janet.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, am I finishing that thought? Or?
For the question about who is missing.
Oh, yes. Okay, good. Well, as one thing that the WCTU archives has a lot of, which is great for those not so famous people, is that we have a lot of state and local records. Because the thing about the WCTU, the good thing about decentralization is that each individual state and down to the county level would produce its own reports and sometimes newsletters. And so for many, many localities, we can get down to at least, if not all the members of the WCTU in a town, we get the officers, 5 officers for each tiny union. And we've got some names there, which are, it means digging through these state reports, but it's really helpful. We also, the Union Signal newspaper, which is a fabulous reference source for anything about the WCTU, is not yet available digitally completely, but there is an index that was lovingly prepared by WCTU women over the years. It indexes every name that was mentioned in the national newspaper, which is great for even, say, if Saphonisba Breckenridge had spoken somewhere, and it would be there, and Mrs. Smith, who had a tea party for the National Convention, would be there. So there are some ways of getting down to those really, the people who aren't the big famous firsts. And also there are, the minority women, because the WCTU, despite many African-American branches of the Union, it was majority white, and what was collected was majority white. There are a few documents from the Black women's WCTUs. And so for all of this, what I've learned is that even if we can't recover these missing voices now, understanding why that they're missing is an important thing that gives you context. You can still get a whole lot of context, even if you can't pin down exactly what you need in the records. So we have, I think that's about all I can say on that in a short way.
Well, that is also all the time that we have. So thank you, everyone. Again, Janet Olson, Anya Jabor, and Benjamin Aldred. Thank you, everyone. And if you have time, tomorrow there is another GoDort-related event. It is Civic Duties, Libraries, and the Disenfranchised at 2:30 Central Time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Rainbow Roundtables Chair Program. We're so excited that you are here with us today. This is welcome to serving the transgender community. It's more than just bathrooms. Thanks for joining us today. Our time is short, so we're going to jump right in. Please let us know if you have questions. Hold them. We'll have a Q&A at the end and try to get to as many questions as possible. And also, if we can't get to your questions, we will have our emails available, and you can also feel free to email us after the fact. So with that said, I also just wanted to make a quick announcement that as of late last night and early this morning, ALA has issued an affirming statement for the rights of transgender people. And so I do hope that you will take some time today to read that beautiful piece. And that is just great timing for today's program. So thank you for joining us. That said, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the panel. Let me start with myself. I'm Deb Sika. I am the Deputy County Librarian in Alameda County. My pronouns are she, her, hers. And take it away, Tatiana.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Kosber. I am a librarian at Chicago Public Library in the Interlibrary Loan Department. And my pronouns are she, her, hers. And one defining experience as a career, in my career as a trans librarian, is when a patron came up to me and asked me, why do so many transgenders congeal at the library? He used the word congeal, and what I responded was that we all have a place in the library, and we all have a way to communicate, to participate and be in the library space, and we all have equal access.
Thank you so much. Congeal on. All right, Becky.
My name is Becky Haas, and I'm the Programming and Outreach Manager for the Anne Arundel County Public Library. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I've been in this position for 5.5 years. At Anne Arundel County Public Library, we have 16 branches, including our newly renovated Annapolis branch, which will be reopening July 22nd. One of my major professional experiences that's shaped my experience as a trans ally librarian was supporting a Lunch and Learn panel discussion last year, and it was on what does it mean to be transgender at the Broadneck Library. It was coordinated by Deidre Hendrick. Deidre is a regular library user, a regular at our story time, and also a member of the Fort Meade Transgender Support Group. And Deidre really brought together a wide group of panelists, including one of the library staff who had actually transitioned while working at that branch. So that panel was just really personal for the library and for our library system, and was a really powerful way of showing solidarity and also giving space for our community to learn and grow together.
Thank you so much. Robert.
Hi, my name is Robert Taylor. My pronouns are they, them. I work as an acquisitions and cataloging librarian at Valdosta State University in Valdosta, Georgia. And I think my defining moment as a trans librarian was coming out on campus. I've worked in this library for a very long time, since 2008, working in circulation as a student assistant. And I've worked my way up through to the position that I have today. And so coming out on campus is not really a quiet thing I could have done since everybody's known me for a very long time. And I kind of had to do it twice. But I found that through that experience, I've really started to be more active on campus and be very loud about who I am. And I found a really good group of core allies that I lean on quite a bit.
Thank you so much. Meg.
Hi, everyone. My name is Meg Metcalf. I am the Women's, Gender, and LGBTQ+ Studies Librarian and Collection Specialist and Recommending Officer at the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. I am non-binary. I am a non-binary femme. I don't think you can see the shirt. And I had a very moving moment when I was tabling for the library at an LGBTQ literary festival, and someone came up to me and told me that they had found a trans book in my reference collection at my home library, and by reading it realized they were non-binary, and that just rocked my world because I am non-binary and I put that book there. And so, yeah, that was just an amazing experience.
Thanks, Meg. Go ahead, Tatiana. Yeah.
I do want to add something because I have experience as both a trans patron and a trans librarian at Chicago Public Library. My first support group for trans feminine individuals was at the Uptown branch on Chicago's north side, where I first got to meet other people like me and help me transition and everything like that. And then I've also been able to throw really trans affirming and non-binary affirming programs and representation here in the library, including several movie screenings and inviting a live D&D show where a group of queer people and non-binary people were able to play through a D&D session. If you want to look them up, they are Dungeons, Dice, and Everything Nice.
I love it. And we're not ignoring Heather, but I just want to mention that you're seeing her there because she is our great convener. Heather brought us all together and made this possible. So thank you, Heather.
You're welcome. Thanks, everybody. I'm so glad to work with you on this panel today.
I've got a two-part question for the panel. I'll ask the first part to everybody is, what is the single most important thing that libraries can do to make welcoming spaces for trans patrons and trans staff? And then the second part is, what is the single most important thing not to do that could harm or hinder trans patrons, trans staff from feeling welcomed in the library?
Well, I will address the first part of that issue. It is very important to use gender neutral terms when referring to patrons that you've met for the first time. I see a lot of my colleagues, and also when I was in customer service, using sir, ma'am, madam, or anything like that, but try to learn the patron's first name, and then that way you have the first name basis with that patron, and you can start a conversation from there. Or if you want to point out someone in the crowd, just going like the person in the red shirt, or the person in the red blue skirt. Especially for story times, make sure that if you're including name tags, to include pronoun name tags as well, so people can see that. And for staff members, to make sure that their trans-related healthcare is included and very visible in the onboarding paperwork. I was really surprised, and I was really proud that when I got hired on by Chicago Public Library, there was an entire paragraph about that, and I was very excited about that. And the single most thing not to do is just talk about trans people or your patrons. They come to you for help, and really, if they decide to divulge something with you or talk to you about something, keep it in confidence and don't talk about it with anybody else. And also don't ask invasive questions. If they come to you and tell you something in confidence, but don't just come up to them and start asking about, anything really. Anything that you wouldn't want asked of yourself.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Anyone else?
So the importance for libraries, from my perspective, is to just really actively practice explicit inclusion. And so that just means not only just not claiming to be a welcoming space, but really being intentional about creating meeting those unique needs of trans patrons and staff. So one of the ways that we pursue that is through actively building those connections, especially between library staff and our contacts. So for us, that includes Annapolis Pride, PFLAG, Fort Meade Transgender Support Group, local GSAs. Building those relationships are really key to making different programs happen. They come to our program planning meetings, work with us on proposals, host us at their events, and yeah, like Annapolis Pride. And last year we had a wonderful Pride Parade, and we're part of that. And tomorrow we have another partnership where we're going to have a virtual program, because now we have virtual Pride. And the thing not to do, we are libraries. Story is our currency. And the most destructive thing that we can do is silence trans stories. Our silence becomes a literal death threat for trans youth, especially. We know those statistics. Speaking up, sharing stories of not only surviving, but thriving, beautiful trans lives becomes a literal gift of life in our communities.
Thank you so much, Becky. Robert, would you like to share?
Yes. The single most important thing that libraries could do, I'm going to actually bounce off of both of my previous panelists. Really making a connection with your local groups is seriously important. I work in an academic library. We've got GSA. So we're connected with students who are in GSA. We also have a campus pride group that encompasses staff, faculty, and students. So all of us can have a voice in being active. And, having a presence in that group is very important to me and to the trans students that we have too, because one reason I'm so loud is seeing someone who's like you is also important. Like knowing there's another trans person in your library is important. That way, if there is a student who needs help, they know someone is safe to go to. The single most important thing not to do is don't obsess over your mistakes. We're all individuals. We're all individually going to make mistakes. If you misgender someone and you get corrected, just apologize quickly and move on and do better in the future. It puts us in a very awkward position to listen to a 20-minute apology. And then we have to go, oh, no, it's fine. While we're still dealing with the emotional backlash. It's okay to make a mistake. We get that. Just don't put us in another awkward spot. So, yeah.
All right, so I echo everything that my fellow panelists have said, but another thing that I think a lot about are the ways in which transphobic policies can be embedded into the institution of the library. And in particular, I've had some very painful experiences with people getting their library card. So you might not think about the fact that you're asking people who might have a name they're no longer using on their ID to now put that on another identifying document. I feel like there's no reason people cannot use their name on these IDs. And so I think a lot about like how we can affect change at a structural level. And also gender neutral language is really not that hard. So I think the most important thing we can do is look at the institution. Where is this embedded that we're not even thinking about? And then the most important thing not to do is feel like you can't learn how to use gender neutral language. It is a skill. We are researchers, we are librarians, we know how to learn new skills. And I would encourage you to do that, and don't always just lean on your LGBTQ coworkers either, because that does kind of create a situation of emotional labor for them. Not that you can't just always ask them, but I would also encourage you to do your own research. So that's what I have to say.
All right, can I add one more thing? Be aware of your language on surveys. Just needed to point surveys. Pay attention.
Including surveys.
And Robert, the biggest survey that's going on now is the census, and there is no option. It is a binary census. And so even here, I'm in California, and we're telling people not to answer it. Just because it's this gross oversight. And that's the perfect example, not just our surveys, but be conscious of surveys in general as you take them. Write lines in, do whatever you got to do. But don't check the box if it's not your box.
And I would like to reiterate Meg's point, is that make sure that your library card sign up is streamlined so people can change their name or their nickname, including for trans staff to make sure that they can change their email addresses as well, and any other internal documents that way easily as well.
Yeah, that gets us to the next question. Thank you, Tatiana. Meg was getting there a little bit, and Robert started picking up on it. Is that we need to start moving into structural change, and so there's things that we know that people have heard about, and hence the name of our program is It's More Than Bathrooms. And we're just hoping that the bathroom is a given at this point. We know it's not, but we're going to go with that and say fine folks out there should already know that it is a basic human right and it needs to be upheld. And so if it is not at your institution, please work to do that. That is a very, very basic starting point. But there's points above and beyond just the bathrooms. And so if the panel could help libraries out there to understand what are the structural or the library things that we need to be doing specifically that we can turn around and try to implement to make a more inclusive libraries. So, Tatiana.
I will start. People have mentioned reaching out to local organizations and developing partnerships with them. It's important that you also ask them to come into the library space and see what they would recommend to either change or to add, or anything that they can help out with as well. For any given thing, we have a legal resources corner here on the 6th floor on the Social Sciences and History Department. We have self-help documents published by the Consumer Financial Bureau, by the Illinois Bar Association, but we also have a list of name change and gender change resources for each state published by the Transgender Law Center. And we also, and if anyone needs assistance or resources, we also recommend the National Transgender Center for Equality. Well, I recommend that, personally I do, but we do have an entire list, 50 states and the Commonwealths about how to change your name change and gender on birth certificates, IDs, everything. Yeah, just make those resources more available and make resources more accurate for your trans patrons.
Yeah, Tatiana, earlier you had mentioned that Oak Park Library had resources right on the front page, and I think that's an important piece. So shout out to Oak Park, ways to do that in a very visible way. So Let's see, Becky.
So yeah, I agree with my fellow panelists that education is a big piece, and not just for individuals, but also for your organization. I also think it's really important to mention it's not the responsibility of the trans community to make cisgender people comfortable. Cis folks, we have to educate ourselves and be willing to fully engage in these conversations. What is your library? What is my library doing to really serve trans patrons and staff? Last year we started a reading challenge as an organization, and we heard from our staff who were like, look, we need more training. We don't know how to do readers advisory really for LGBTQIA. We don't know enough about the authors. What can we do to better educate ourselves? So I was really excited to work with my staff development to have Jamie Naidu come in, and he did this really fantastic training with us. And it really blossomed into a wide range of different ideas and conversation. We found out about Drag Queen Storytime. We really learned and grew as an organization because of that training. But it doesn't stop with book learning, like many things, those collaborations. How are we making those safe spaces and building those relationships? The relationships not only are with our partners, but also with our library board and our library foundation, and figuring out how the work that we're doing with our partners then aligns with our mission and with our funding.
Yeah, and getting embedded into strategic plans and missions and funding, those are some of the big things that we can do to sort of ensure that there's something to hook into when the waters get a little rocky. And when we need to say, we need something structural to say, well, wait a minute, we said. So as you're doing policy development and the things that to lean on, that's the time to make sure that it's embedded in there. Robert, did you want to add anything?
Yes, I really do want to piggyback off of the educate yourselves thing. I mean, there's various things we can do, not only just reaching out to communities, but, find a podcast from a queer person or trans person and, listen to our perspectives. There are many, many people out there who are writing and creating content that you can consume in whatever ways you're comfortable with, that can also help educate you without putting that mental and emotional load on this local trans person you happen to know. Even if you don't want to be overt about your resources in the library, slyly sticking, a book by a trans person in your book display, trust me, we notice. There are things we can do in our catalogs too. I'm really interested in faceting and demographic characteristics for creators right now in our catalog, pulling that information out in an ethical way, because there are some conversations around that right now. But they're very different. There's a variety of different things that we can do to make it a more welcoming space for everyone.
All right. So I feel like I could talk about this all day, but I think for me, something that I have thought a lot about and noticed is that a lot of libraries seem like they don't have collection policy statements or just the policies in place for LGBTQ materials. And that's very concerning to me because I think maybe it's different in California, but I think we do need to make sure that those documents and those mission statements and what you collect and how you collect, because there are very specific ways that you can collect these kinds of materials. They're not all coming, a lot of trans materials are self-published or published by a specific press, and they don't come in through acquisition methods that were set up however many years ago. And the other thing I would say to consider hiring trans people to work in your library, not just, you don't have to just go out looking for trans librarians necessarily, but there are ways you can invest in the trans community. And, you can pay someone to come and do a story time. You can pay someone to come speak on a panel. And I think that's really important because, again, it builds those community connections that are so important. And also, we can have these programs all year. We do not need to have them in June. And please do not tell your LGBTQ librarian to just have their programs in June, because visibility, believe it or not, is incredibly important, and it's important all year long. So soapbox, I'll just get off that now.
I want to just hop on that soapbox and add, we have wonderful trans authors. I mean, there are just so many wonderful books. We had the Human Library, and we had a number of human books that were trans as part of that program. If you're not familiar with Human Library, please look it up. I mean, there are just so many really great ways that we can keep connecting and sharing story and celebrating people's lives. Stepping off soapbox.
I will want to piggyback on that. It is important to have programs all year round. The Pride Committee did meet up with the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Committee to do a documentary screening of Kumahina, which went over really, really well. And not only that, to make sure that if you are in a public library, to reach out to any outside organizations that might be underserved, like prison populations, the homeless, just to make sure that they are getting their materials and making sure that they are included in this library space.
Thank you for that. We are doing great on time, so I just want to ask, since we're talking about content, just if you could think about who's an influencer or a writer or a thought leader around trans rights that you would offer up to our students, I guess, who are watching us, our audience of 500, by the way. Rock on. What would one person that you would recommend so that people have a starting point? And if you have more than one, let us know.
Hallie Wright is a podcaster. She does a couple of podcasts. Queersplaining is one, and I cannot remember the other name of her podcast right now. Fantastic. Marissa Alexa McCool also has a few podcasts. I'm a huge podcast fan, but I've been on other things right now. She also has a few books that are out, but that's what those are two off the top of my head.
So I'm gonna plug some local people. Well, first I'll start off with two of my favorite webcomics who have been publishing zines, and as we talked about earlier, they're not traditionally like available through Baker and Taylor or Ingram or anything like that. Sophie LaBelle and Jessica from Manic Pixie Girl Dream. Those two I really, really enjoy and highly recommend. Locally, we have a ton of local people, including the Wachowski sisters, Laura Jane Grace. Just consuming trans media is just as important as learning about, just as important about thinking about it. Sorry, I had a little bit of a brain blockage, so I'll come back.
Thank you. Becky or Meg?
I would say, so I'm a bit of a theory history nerd, so I am in love with Leslie Feinberg, rest in peace, and rest in power. So if you have not read Stone Butch Blues, please read it. It's free on their website that you can download the PDF. And they have several books that I think if you're trying to understand both the history and also kind of how theory comes into play, Leslie Feinberg is my hero.
So we have a workforce quality diversity committee, and as a group, we read Genderqueer together, and it was just amazing. I just loved that book so much for so many different reasons, but I felt like it was a really great conversation. There was just so much authenticity and humanity and humor. Oh my goodness, so funny. So yeah, it was just a real delightful, it's a graphic novel too, so that was kind of a gateway for some folks, which was fun. Yeah, I can't recommend it enough.
I remembered it's a new Netflix documentary. I couldn't remember the title, Disclosure. It's about the transgender lens on popular culture and media. And it just came out on Netflix, and it's very, very good. So,
thank you. Oh,
well, one real quick. Speaking of graphic novels, you just reminded me about there's a really short, small graphic novel called A Guide to They Them Pronouns, I think it is. It's really good. I picked that up just so I could hand it to my family when I first started using they, them pronouns. I was like, read this, read this. It's really good.
All right, thank you all. It's fabulous. All right, so I've got another question for you. Ready? All right, so if you had a magic wand and could change one thing immediately in library services to trans patrons, what would one thing be? It's kind of a tough question because we should never have to pick one.
I thought about this, and so playing both sides, and I know that we want to give equal presentation to ideas, and we want to make sure that everyone is included. But when you know, science is behind you and everything like that, I don't believe that we should be giving you know, a place to deny trans people's existence, or any kind of material that would deny a trans person their existence. We should have those books available and everything like that, but we should be also having a lot more programs where trans people are included.
So, Tatiana, is it fair to say more opportunities for visibility and full inclusion would be the magic wand?
Correct. There was a James Baldwin quote about, you know, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was about just because of, I'm really sorry. That it's all about more inclusion and more inclusion of staff members in the library and making sure our voices are heard.
Thank you so much for that. And I think that's magic wand. Hopefully we won't need that, but we do right now. So let's see. How about Becky? What is the one thing that you would do if you had a magic wand?
So my wish would be for libraries to become authentic advocates for kind, resilient, transformative spaces for both trans staff and our patrons.
Yeah.
For me, that was so beautiful, Becky, my goodness. For me, I think we do not allocate the same budget for LGBTQ materials as we do for other or programs. And so if I could wave a magic wand, I would wish that libraries and institutions all over the world would realize that we deserve equal funding as well as equal rights.
Don't hate me, but I've got to say bathrooms. I'm sorry.
It's the truth.
You know how many conferences I have gone to where there is nowhere for me to go because it's not something people think of.
Thank you, Robert, for saying that. I very much so. And we in jest named the program, but it's still a very real thing. And so while we have thoughts on a magic wand of what our ideal situation is, very much boots on the ground is still a very painful reality of when biology is pushing and there is nothing for you. And so I think that's really in all seriousness why we're doing this program. And so I do hope that the 500 viewers can each take one tiny step or one giant leap, whichever you feel is in your comfort zone, to change something in your library. I know that we have an opportunity for questions and answers. And so I'm wondering if give people an opportunity to enter a question and we will try to answer it. I know there's 500 people, so there's got to be a question. All right. So here's a question for us. I'm a K-12 district librarian that's mainly in high school. Besides having a strong, diverse collection with LGBTQIA+ titles and authors and showcasing it, What else can we do to make sure that our trans non-binary students feel welcomed in the library? And so this is a high school librarian. I think this is one of the spaces that's very difficult to navigate. And, you know, while I'm in California now, I also was in Texas for over a decade. And so it's a very different world, and how you do things in different states is very different. And so we figure out what's best fit. But does anybody have any more advice for our K through 12 librarian?
I would say that we've worked really hard to work with our GSAs and create space to celebrate the work and efforts and projects in our spaces, right? So maybe it's a display or an exhibit or a program where we're featuring things that have been created by the GSA, or collaborating on a movie night. It doesn't always have to be sun, moon, and stars, we often say in our team. So, you know, just valuing those voices and then including them beyond Pride Month, beyond, right, just working to highlight, maybe it's a STEM project that was done featuring a trans scientist. You know, how we include the stories and really just getting a chance to celebrate, I think is a really great place to start.
I'm gonna pull in my friend's experience here, because she's a high school librarian here in Illinois, and a few things she's done is just include more trans and non-binary experiences in her collection, run more programs that are trans and non-binary affirming, and she wears a pronoun pin. She just makes it very overt that this is a safe and welcoming space. And I think as simple as just wearing a pronoun pin to work is a lot, because it's a symbol for people to be like, oh, I know you, like I can talk to you. And I've had people approach me in the library too, because I've been wearing the pronoun pin just for like, you know, because they needed like some certain questions asked or like answered and everything like that.
Yeah. So go ahead, Robert.
Sorry, real quick. Because I live in the South, so sometimes you have to play it a little safer. Doing things like, you know, putting a rainbow up somewhere where you can, you know, those little signals. Just find small things, even if you can, just to signal that this is a safe place and you're an approachable person. It doesn't have to be loud if it's not a safe area for you to be loud. But there are small things we can do.
Yeah, it's a tightrope sometimes in different areas of the country, for sure. Got another question for you. How do we support trans youth experiencing homelessness? Big question. Big question. So.
They really are an invisible population, and just having those resources there, because usually they'll be too scared to like come up to you to ask you questions or anything like that. So just making sure that, you know, like the legal pamphlets are available for them, how to get healthcare. If there's like a local nonprofit that helps out with LGBTQ youth, like the Broadway Youth Center here in Chicago, make sure that those are available for them too as well.
I think that's the important point about what we've been stressing the most during this panel, about getting plugged into your communities, because you can't help these invisible populations if you're not aware of what resources there are to connect them to.
And how about another question? We've got, tell us about some great library programs that you've seen for trans patrons or people.
I talk about my own programs. So I think my favorite program that I've done recently was, I did 4 programs in February, and I knew I wanted to be one to focus on trans and gender nonconforming. So we were able to bring Jacob Tobiah and do an event, and it was absolutely incredible. And then what happens when you do these kinds of programs is that the audience then knows that you're a resource for them. So that's been one of my favorite programs that I've done, but I'll let others chime in.
So we're doing a program tomorrow with Anne Arundel County Public Library and Annapolis Pride, as I mentioned a little earlier. I'm so excited. It's really just highlighting history, 300 plus years of history of LGBTQ in the Chesapeake that nobody talks about. So let's talk about it. And yeah, there's just so much to learn. You know, I can't help it. Librarian in me. I'm like, oh, that's fun. Let's keep digging into that little rabbit hole. And it's been really great learning about some of the different historians in the area. Baltimore has just so much history, and getting a chance to share that with the library and with our customers. It's just been really cool. So check us out tomorrow.
Piggybacking on that, one of the displays I made for the 6th floor is LGBTQ history in Chicago, starting with the first French explorers here who noticed third gender categories with Native American tribes here in the Illinois area, and going all the way up through the present. And I remember people just going up to it. It wasn't a big flashy thing, but people could read each selection that I made, and there were books representing each period. And so
digging into the past and seeing what comes up is an amazing way to establish the rootedness of what we're talking about, and the from the get, we'll say from the get. Any other programs to mention? I've got. Oh, go ahead.
I mentioned this program. We did a documentary screening where we on a Hawaiian transgender, non-binary, third spirit hula instructor. In fact, they're very important right now in the protest against building that observatory on that volcano in Hawaii. Kumahina, we invited a local hula instructor to talk about the Native experience and everything, and I was there to present what being trans is in modern day society as well. And we had a pretty good turnout for that.
And I'm happy to hear about the intersectionality of understanding of identity. It's very important to have full inclusion and understanding that trans people of color and the amount of layers of oppression upon that, and how do we make those spaces welcoming for all. I've got another great question, and it's from a staff perspective. I'm a non-binary high school librarian, and I struggle to expect many of my coworkers and students, not just the library students, to use my pronouns. How can I ask my allies for more support? So this is a important question, I think, that some of you may have some good advice of.
Well, I think this comes down to workers' rights. It's your right to be acknowledged as a whole person in the workplace. And so if you're finding that your colleagues are really not supportive, I would honestly try to see like what your options are in terms of securing some training for them, because the library could or the school could possibly provide some training for them. And then they have that expectation. If you don't respect your colleague, there will be a consequence to that, because I think most people are operating under the assumption there's no consequence for misgendering people and not being respectful. And so I think that would be important. Lost my train.
Do you want to go ahead?
You go.
Okay. I still struggle with this in my environment. My best suggestion, if you can't get them into training, which I'm in that weird position where I don't feel comfortable forcing someone on that. It feels a little beyond me emotionally to force it that hard. Find an ally and speak to them privately. I had an ally I didn't even know was correcting people on my behalf until she messaged me and was like, I just want to make sure your pronouns are they, them, right? And I was like, yeah. She was like, okay, I've been correcting people. And I was like, I love you.
Find somebody to do it for you.
Do not be afraid to lean on your allies.
We're getting tons of great questions now. This is exciting. Okay, I have a potential volunteer mentioned in an email that they are transgender. I wasn't exactly sure what the proper way to respond was. Do you have tips on how I respond if someone tells me this before coming in for an interview or a volunteer position?
I would encourage you to be proactive, having some basic things, going over genders with every new person that comes in. These are some basic tenets that we need to have as part of our systems, period. Mm-hmm. Because whether it's going to be staff or volunteers or our customers, this is people, and we need to get there.
Normalize introducing yourself and adding your pronouns at the end. Just normalize it.
Exactly. And also make sure that you have a cohesive policy in place. So you know that if they are coming in, that you can address them however they want to. If it's because when I got hired, I was still under my old name, but I made sure that when I was hired on that they would address me by my new name and everything like that. So, and that it was very clear from the get-go that they would. And because I was working part-time here and part-time at Northwestern, and Northwestern was great too, because they changed everything like immediately. So just be there and be supportive, and if they say that they have a different name on their different documents and stuff like that, work around that. Just being like, this is in complete confidence, like any other HR situation.
So time is our enemy. It is 12:13, well, in California. I know that we're in so many different time zones, but we only have a couple of minutes left. So I want to give the panel last opportunity to say parting words, but I also want to encourage the people that have submitted questions. What we'll do is try to answer them if you provide your emails. And so I thank you. I just a comment from the group was thank you to the panel. I've learned a lot. Thank you for giving the support to trans staff members in the library. Just all kinds of different appreciative words to you all. So thank you for taking your time to share your experiences. But if you have anything quick to say at the end, please do. Crickets.
Support trans and non-binary people.
Yeah. Thank you, Tatiana. Last famous words. So thank you all for coming. Please check out the resources on the Rainbow Roundtable webpage. There's also a lot of questions can be answered through the resources that we have here. Questions about displays, questions about how to set up certain things in your libraries, how to talk to people in positions of authority about making inclusive spaces. So there's a wealth of resources out there. And I hope that you do join the roundtable and check out the resources. And thank you, amazing panel, and happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
50 years.
thank you for joining us for the Film and Media Roundtable discussion, Streaming During COVID-19 and Beyond. I'm Giselle Tanas from the University of California, Berkeley, and current chair of the Film and Media Roundtable. Please be sure to access the handout for this session, which includes links to many of the resources we are highlighting. If you are joining us live, your questions are being reviewed and compiled. We'll try to address as many as we can, but we know we won't get through them all, and plan to post brief responses through FMRT's home on ALA Connect. It is now my pleasure to introduce our panel. From City College of San Francisco, Michelle McKenzie. From PBS Education, Atina Livanos-Probst. From University of Minnesota, Scott Spicer. From Temple University, Brian Bowling. From Colby College, Lane Tealstrom. From Ohio University, Lorraine Wachna. From University of California, Berkeley, Jennifer Carter. From University of Tennessee, Knoxville, and chair-elect of the Film and Media Roundtable, Stephen Maluski. We'll ask our panelists a series of scripted questions taken from our regular Streaming Video Open Forum and a variety of recent streaming and COVID-related panels through ALA and other organizations. Without further ado, we'll start with Michelle McKenzie from City College of San Francisco. Michelle, having operated for several years now, trying to balance extreme PDA costs and a very modest budget, what advice and solutions do you have for community colleges and other cash-strapped libraries?
Hi, yeah, that's a great question. I think there's like several points that I kind of want to hit for this question. The first, I would say that the budget should align with the mission and the vision of service for the institution and the expectations of your administration whenever possible. In our case, we can only afford to accommodate required viewing for online courses, and requests for research and entertainment purposes are generally referred to the public library. The other thing I would say is that whenever possible, leverage consortium pricing for electronic database subscriptions. We access discounted pricing and vetting of resources through the Community College Library Consortium. And we also tend to avoid streaming vendors generally who are unwilling to work with our consortium. The other thing is we mediate all of our requests for streaming video. We tried PDA, but our budget just generally can't support it. And we found that mediating really helps us to engage our users, and it also gives us an opportunity to redirect them to material in our collections. And the other thing, mediating also helps us to avoid unintentional licensing of material that's duplicated in other collections. And targeted licensing seems to help minimize record keeping as well, I find. And then finally, we proactively purchase life of file and perpetuity DSL licenses whenever possible. And we negotiate directly with vendors and independent filmmakers for those rights. And we found that short-term DSL licenses generally tend to be unsustainable for long-term access. So those are really the main things that we found that have been helpful.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Moving on to Atina Livanos-Probst. Atina from PBS Education, can you share your perspective, specifically thinking of some of the work that you have done to support K-12 schools through PBS?
Thanks, Giselle. So one of the things that I work primarily on a platform called PBS Learning Media, which is this completely 100% always free streaming service that PBS provides. And one of the things we realized when COVID hit and so many schools had to close their doors is that people needed help. And we considered it a bit of a moral obligation for PBS as a nationwide platform to step in and give people free things to help. And to that end, we actually worked really closely with a lot of our local stations all across the country. It started in SoCal with our member station there and a couple of California stations, and it's spread across the country through a few other major partnerships. But we started working directly with school districts and be like, what's your curriculum through the end of the year? We will find things for free that we can stream for you in classroom, and even trying to tie in broadcast pieces to support what teachers and K-12 librarians needed for their classrooms. So we did this big broadcast push, which was complicated and moving, and we're still thinking about how to coordinate that for the fall, and we're negotiating our internal licenses to provide that. But we also built a big series of collections to support very targeted pieces, and you can find them in the handout as well. Some full-length Ken Burns films are there, as well as the actual thing we built with the help of PBS SoCal for their direct curricular alignment. And we've expanded since then of having summer camp stuff to help parents and teachers to prevent summer slide. And we just recently, in the past week, put together a one around racial justice and anti-racist learning that we have linked into the handout as well. And we also switched our regular virtual professional learning series that we've been doing to directly work with teachers to get into digital learning for the first time. And those are also free and linked to in the handout.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Atina. This brings us to Scott Spicer from the University of Minnesota. Scott, can you share a few of your favorite open access or free video sources that you've discovered and showcased in some recent talks?
Absolutely. And actually, it's not necessarily that I discovered, although I've been familiar with a number of them, but actually our colleague, Regina Longo at Brown University, put together a fabulous, fabulous resource of freely available and Brown licensed resources. I'm just going to call out a few now. First of all, piggyback in what Athena just said, Ken Burns, Ken Burns' collection is phenomenal. And those of us who are media librarians will know that that's some of the most expensive content and most desired content around for a lot of the history classes. So take advantage of it. I was fortunate enough to meet him a few years ago. So a few that I want to call out is the National Film Board of Canada, NFC. They've opened up a lot of their content. NFB, a lot of independent documentaries, other kind of creative works. I would definitely, if you're not able to get access to, if you have a limited budget or whatnot, you're going to be able to find a lot of different facets of content on NFB. I would also call out Tubi TV. I know popular stuff is really popular and we're trying to save students money, but it's not exactly inexpensive to license feature films. And different institutions have different thoughts on that. So, or television programming isn't always the easiest. So Tubi TV or even Crackle.com are are possibilities. In terms of independent films, another one to look at is Culture Unplugged. We used to be able to lean on Snag Films, and that's kind of gone by the wayside. But Culture Unplugged has a lot of similar kind of materials. In terms of training materials, educational, Khan Academy or Annenberg, those are both still very good staples for especially the K-12 audience, but even higher ed if you're trying to learn something. One of the experiences I've had over COVID-19 is the performing arts. The theaters aren't open. Students can't do, or haven't been able to do their performing. And a lot of those theater and creative works were shown in class. And so, for those who are looking for theatrical performances, yes, there's Alexander Street Press, theater and dance and video and so on and so forth. But right now, the Shakespeare Globe performances have some of their premieres available for free during COVID. And I'd also draw your attention, which isn't necessarily theatrical, but also draw your attention to a point of view. Now, here's the key thing about these freely available resources. They're not free. Nothing is free, but they don't. There's no cost. But what I've been doing is giving a disclaimer whenever I talk about them because there are some considerations. So I always like to say, please note that as with all individual consumer-based third-party content, the library cannot be responsible for costs, access, availability, authenticity, technical quality, accessibility, meaning captioning or audio description, rights holders' permission, so copyright and fair use, security risks, terms of service, or user data privacy. So I think it is important that when we refer on to some of these services, that we are also mindful to provide our users with some additional information as we would with copyright and other considerations.
Thank you so much, Scott. Moving on to Brian Bowling. Brian, how have you handled some of these requests many of us are seeing to support extracurricular screenings or public screenings and other events that might have previously occurred in person? People want to view films together and comment on them, this whole like Netflix party idea. What are some solutions?
So what we've seen is that simultaneous video showing can be problematic, in particular due to the bandwidth issues, some of the digital divide issues that have really been brought to light in this pandemic. There's also the case that I'm hesitant to, without any sort of disclaimer, recommend many of these sites. They tend to have misrepresent the relationships that they may have with some of the other content vendors, which makes me a little hesitant to tell students or faculty to download those particular Chrome extensions. I do know that there's a couple of more legitimate sources for this type of screening. So Bullfrog Films has their Bullfrog Communities platform, which they've used for documentary films. And then there's also the OV platform, which was invented by ITVS, which puts a lot of PBS content out there. I recently attended a OV platform screening, and I did find that the chat was a little bit more engaging and followed more closely than I expected. But maybe it's the Gen Xer in me, but I did find it was a little bit distracting to try to watch the movie, keep up with the chat, respond with my emotional reaction to the movie. And it didn't really give me the same sort of connection as an in-person viewing. So my recommendation to faculty and what we're going to try for the fall is doing something that's more like the flipped classroom approach. So asking the students to watch the movies outside of the class and then have the actual event be a discussion or question and answer with somebody who was involved in the making of the film. So in a sense, making it more like a book club instead of a co-viewing of a film.
Awesome. Thank you, Brian. This sort of brings me to a question I'm answering myself around some of our renewed interests and how institutions are interpreting the limits to the exclusive rights of copyright holders, right? So traditionally in the classroom, we relied on the face-to-face teaching exemption. How do we interpret these exemptions that were really written for face-to-face teaching? So those of us who have not necessarily done distance education in the past may not be quite current on the Teach Act. ALA has a really good guide to interpreting the Teach Act. But all of us as librarians who seeking to support instructors or seeking to support members of the community wishing to use films, these questions need to be explored, right? Either with an administrator or with campus council. So it's kind of not up to us to be copyright police or copyright, cutting edge people. These are conversations that I think COVID can bring an opportunity for us to have at the public library and at academic institutions. I have worked in public libraries and think of the users that would come in and check out the maximum number of DVDs every Saturday. They take their DVDs home and you saw them like clockwork the next Saturday. These exemptions that we had and the right of first sale to lend, it's really a time to look at how do we bring these up to date for a digital age. So we'll move on to some of those difficult conversations. From Colby College, Lane Tealstrom. Lane, can you speak to navigating some of these difficult conversations we have with faculty or with users of how do you manage faculty expectations, especially when we don't have a clean yes for them?
I'm a subject liaison, and so I deal with a lot of faculty. I get lots of requests for films. And during the time of COVID-19, more and more, we have to say no. We can't afford the film, or the film is not available on streaming. And many times faculty are very understanding. They know it's a difficult time, but sometimes faculty may be panicked, they may be distressed. So how do you deal with that? Well, first of all, I used to teach a college course myself where I used a lot of film. And I know how difficult it was to find the right film to match what I was teaching. It could take hours and days to find a film. And so if you go into a conversation understanding that and sympathizing with that, that can get you started on at least the right tone, get away from the anger. Secondly, I believe it's always good to approach it with a let me see what I can do attitude. And I learned this from another past job when I worked in retail. Instead of just saying no, my supervisor says we don't have any money, no. It's always good in terms of building relationships to say, let me see what I can do. Even if it's just going to your supervisor and saying, do we still have no money? Because it helps to build a level of trust and relationship with faculty. And in terms of let me see what I can do, that is about looking for alternatives. Giselle, you talked about fair use. Sometimes showing a clip of a film could work instead of showing a whole film. So depending on what setup your college has in terms of digitizing hard copies, if you're on campus at all and whether you have access to those copies, that's a discussion with administration and IT about what you can do. Sometimes if faculties have their own copy, they can digitize themselves, their instructions to doing that online. Also looking for alternatives in existing subscription services and online, as Scott talked about. And lastly, bringing up the idea of the whole world of libraries and streaming and educating faculty about what that is. And at the last minute is not a good time to do that. But if you have time, and also educating them that if they come to you early, you can do more for them. So trying to encourage faculty to come to you as early as possible.
Excellent. Thank you, Lane. Moving on to Lorraine Wachna. Lorraine, you are a person who excels at connecting with users. What advice do you have for spotlighting current streaming collections available to instructors and students? How do we let them know what we have?
It's not easy. Hi, everyone, because there is so much. And still, I get the faculty after I've promoted 1 million times. The faculty says, I had no idea. I had no idea you had these. It's like, I don't know who I'm talking to. But what I've done is I've personally have created a film and media LibGuide, which I think I might have stolen that from some of these FMRT people. And it's been really good. I mean, it gets so many hits. So that was a really good way. I give people like, here are streaming collections, here's direct links to the collections, here's strengths of the collections, here's how you embed, here's how I try to give them everything. So that's one thing that I really enjoy doing. And I do a little like weekly, like I pick the 4 vendors and then I pick films that go with social justice issues, showing people what's available. The other thing I do is social media. I have my own account at Alden DVDs, but the library is very supportive. We have a pretty decent social media team and very active. So she, the woman who runs that, will retweet my tweets and via Alden Library, and that they have a huge following. So that's been a really helpful thing to do and to get it out there. And then the other thing that happened that was really nice was that after all this COVID thing, you know how, Office of Information Technology and Office of Instructional Innovation wanted to do workshops. So my boss said, does anyone want to do one for them? So I did a streaming workshop. And I didn't get a lot of people in there, but it's nice because OIT had recorded it. And then I have a PowerPoint so they can link to that. but just kind of doing a workshop where I sort of pretty much like walk through the film and media guy, letting them know like we have this and here are things to think about. And also just like letting them know, you know, some of the fun facts about film. I'm timing myself, so I don't want to go over. So, you know, little disclaimers like every platform is different. Every platform is different. Every license is different. So it just takes us some time. So it was good to be able to have the connection with OIT and information, whatever it's called, instructional innovation is what they call it. So working with them has been a really good thing, on top of the fact that they didn't even know. The instructional designers didn't know what we had. So that, which I made them aware, so then I got invited to do workshops because they were like, oh, so those are 3 places I would start with. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Lorraine, for that perspective on community building. Moving on to an operational resiliency theme here. Jen Carter, you've worked through a major flood, fire evacuations, planned power outages, major protests, and now a pandemic. What are some of your takeaways from these experiences of extreme academic disruption?
Yeah, thank you. I've been in this role for 3 years, and it seems to have, there's been a major disruption every year since I began. Each of these instances really seem to shift our operational priorities and in many ways prepared us for the moment that we're in right now. The most significant was the flood that you mentioned that displaced us from our service point for 6 months. We had staff working in 3 separate locations within the same building, and we didn't have consistent access to our circulating collection. So we weren't able to provide the same like DVD access for instruction that we were able to previously, and we didn't have access to group viewing spaces for classes. But we still had our usual demand. So we, to keep up, really needed to leverage our streaming collections. Around the same time, we had shifted to a mediated canopy model, a lot like Michelle was discussing, which allowed us to really strategically license films that we knew instructors were using for teaching purposes. And knowing that collection access wasn't always certain, we were more thoughtful in determining, are there longer term licenses we can pursue? Are there life of file streaming licenses we can get? And without our normal foot traffic and circulation desk work available, student work also really shifted. So we had students primarily working on collections projects. They would be digitizing DVDs where we were able to, that we acquired streaming licenses for, so we could host them on our library servers. And in cases where there just wasn't a viable institutional streaming option, we would make Section 108 copies of our DVDs. So that way we could cut clips for instructors to use, which wasn't always perfect, but it got them the content they needed. And most of that time, we were really scrambling to keep up with demand. But it was when we returned to our service point and kind of business as usual that we kind of decided to continue with this new operations model, because past experiences had shown that we might lose access to our collection again, and lo and behold. So we spent some time kind of preemptively taking a look at what streaming options were available. We reviewed circulation and reservation statistics to determine what are the core films being taught and what kind of work can we do in advance, which has given us a little bit more flexibility right now to respond to the really sudden shift in remote learning. And I think that these experiences really underline how much of our resiliency planning is truly kind of trial and error. And I'm sure that when we return after this, we'll have completely new ideas about what needs to be done in the future. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that hopeful message. I see hope in there. So Stephen Maluski, our chair-elect, can you tell us just a bit more about the Film and Media Roundtable, how to get involved, how to get more information, et cetera?
Yeah, sure.
The Film and Media Roundtable provides leadership within the American Library Association on all issues related to video collections, programs, and services in libraries. The FMRT will work with organizations within ALA to promote video collections and services, and we're committed to forging strong alliances and relationships with the film and video production and distribution community to ensure the continuation of a diverse, high-quality universe of video programming. We're an interactive community that supports informational programming, such as you're seeing today, and also connect with each other through some very robust listservs. You can find the links to these listservs on the handout. The Video Lib listserv is intended to encourage the broad and lively discussion of issues related to the selection, evaluation, acquisition, bibliographic control, preservation, and use of current and evolving video formats in libraries. Topical issues discussed include licensing options, assistance on finding information on who is licensing certain titles, and notices of informational programming, such as this discussion today. It also helps the community stay aware of valuable resources related to video. Scott talked about some, like the free streaming resources, the list of vendors that offer free options and reduced pricing because of COVID this past spring and early summer. Notifying about other organizational efforts like the Academic Libraries Video Trust, which is a clearinghouse for digital versions of some obsolete VHS formats and also has some great informational programming of its own. The other big listserv is Video News, which is an electronic clearinghouse of information about products, resources, programs of interest. Basically, it's a place where filmmakers and vendors can go and promote their new films, products, resources. Let me add, if you're a member of ALA, please consider joining the FMRT. As you can see, we're a very active, knowledgeable, and interactive community of practice. And there are opportunities to serve within FMRT if you are interested. More information on all that we've been talking about can be found on that resource document. Please check it out. Now I'm going to turn it over to Michelle McKenzie, who's going to answer some of the questions that have been asked. Remember, we can't get to all, but we'll try to provide some brief answers on that resource document, which we will post on our Connect site if we can't get to it. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. I don't see a lot of questions, frankly, in our chat, or at least in the Event Scribe. I think there was one question from Elizabeth from Alexander Street Press was asking about how their videos have helped during COVID-19. So I'm not exactly sure who that would be directed to, but maybe that was something that Brian mentioned. I'm not sure. But really, that's the only question we have so far.
Thanks, Michelle.
Any questions?
I'll just pop into Stephen and Scott. I'm so glad you guys have liked the Ken Burns collection because I helped build that and I'm just so glad it's being useful. That was a really intense week of build on our end. I'm glad you guys are getting some value out of it.
Thank you very much. Yes, it will get a lot of use out of it.
I can just say COVID, I had always sort of been on the fence with the question of academic video online for, which is an Alexander Street product, just because of the expense of it with the high FTE that we have at Berkeley. But between a COVID discount, which thank you to all of the vendors who came together with COVID discounts on Video Live, that response was incredible and amazing, and I know really helped people cover gaps. For us at Avon has worked out very well with some of the requests that we're getting from instructors, newer requests, for these sort of like medium use films that maybe hadn't been, the heavy hitters that we've talked about previously. Jen was talking about this sort of strategic review of all of our reservations and the DVDs that have circulated the most. I think folks are discovering, and I don't know if some of it's through our EBSCO portal, but Avon has worked well for us. I've been pleasantly surprised by it so far. I'm very happy to have it. I feel lucky. It looks like from Michelle that we have a few questions about fair use in the Teach Act, questions around digitizing from DVDs as fair use. So I can speak a bit to what different institutions have done, what I've heard from different institutions. And there is a lot of variation when we look at institutional levels of comfort surrounding digitization and fair use, and showing clips as part of fair use. So I'm getting more question information from Michelle here. So really, again, as I noted before, these are determinations that no librarian should be making on their own, because it is a legal interpretation, right? And I'm not an attorney. We don't have any lawyers on our panel today. But what I would say is that this current situation, similar to a flood, does put an extra pressure on a librarian or a service point to deliver content to classes that just isn't licensable, right? So I mentioned having Avon. We have a very active, we are in mediation for Canopy, but we license a lot of content on Canopy. But a lot of the traffic that we're seeing on VideoLib is around, I've looked everywhere. I've checked Alexander Street, I've looked at Swank, I've done Feature Films for Education or Films Media Group. I've looked at Avon and Alexander Street, and I just cannot find this film anywhere to be licensed. So some institutions have approval from their campus council or their administrators in the library to either take short clips or short portions of films. That's very common. That isn't necessarily so much under fair use, but many people will invoke the Teach Act to do those short portions. There are institutions that are streaming full feature films very selectively under fair use, and that would certainly be at the riskier end of the spectrum. So we're definitely, the recommendation for film from the Film and Media Roundtable is to make these kinds of determinations with the leadership at your library. And that when possible to, go through the streaming content providers that are working with us. It's a delicate balance, right, of funding and making content available, but we want to see a very healthy educational video distribution marketplace. And another key thing to really remember is that when invoking fair use, you may have waived your right to fair use under a purchase agreement or a license that came along with DVDs. So for some of these independent distributors, there is, you have the one side of the invoice that has the line item, and on the other side, there's like paragraphs and paragraphs. And so sometimes you don't have the right to invoke fair use. And then there's a follow-up to the question that we got from Michelle. And if anybody else on the panel wants to add to what I've said, please chime in and unmute yourselves. But there's a question about circumvention and screen capture in the context of generating clips as part of fair use. Again, I would say I'm not an attorney, so I can't advise you legally. My best advice to you is to explore this question with admin, but there are issues with the circumvention of digital rights management especially on DVDs. The DMCA exemptions have just been reopened. There's a group of us working on the question of possibly opening up circumvention for Section 108. So it's not like a very clean cut. It's a situation. It's a very complicated one. I'm sorry. I wish I had a clean yes for you. It looks like Lane has something to add. Lane?
That's all great advice. But one place you might want to start before talking with your administration is just to search other colleges' LibGuides and look for policies on this. And then you can see the variety of what different people are doing. Some people, as Giselle said, are more risk averse than others. But if you have that information before you talk to your administrators, you'll be better informed. So that's my recommendation.
Thank you so much for that, Lane. It looks like we have another question here for Lorraine about promoting resources. What kind of info is useful to bring to instructional designers? What kind of information are you usually bringing when you're meeting with instructional designers?
You know, I had a little bit of a different experience because what was happening is that the instructional designers, I found out, are just like downloading feature films and uploading them. And I went bananas. And they told me not to go bananas, but I chose to go bananas anyway. But gently, and met with my for my department's instruction designer and sort of talked about, trying to make them aware of these things. Like, you just can't upload feature films. And there's arguments about uploading them behind like a Blackboard or something. But so the more, I'm losing my place again. It was more like me coming to them. And so what he really wanted to know was, so what do you have? Because for them, they needed to know about the content and know that it was available so that when they help instructors do design, they have more resources to grab from. Does that answer your question? I hope.
That sounds great.
Okay.
I think I'm going to chime in now. It looks like we have a question related to negotiating rights with vendors. Michelle, did you want to take that one?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about it, and you can finish it off if you want. I can get it started. Yeah, we don't have a lot of money, and I have been pleasantly surprised that when I approach filmmakers and vendors directly, they are usually more than willing to work with us. And a lot of times, even though there are set prices, they can be flexible about what they can offer. And once you kind of establish, what your threshold is for pricing, that helps a lot too, I find, because then you don't have to sort of stumble around when you're in the process of negotiating. If you kind of, figure out what your top price is that you can actually afford, and then kind of go into it knowing that I have found it to be very, very helpful. But really just reach out to them directly. Just go directly to your service rep for the vendor, or shoot an email directly to the filmmaker and ask them, what you can do. Gisela, do you want to talk a little bit more about negotiation?
Sure. Just echoing what you've said, and maybe from the perspective of a larger institution, I have a much bigger budget than Michelle, but I have a lot more people that I'm supporting. And so my approach tends to be, certainly dealing with one-on-one filmmakers. And then I sometimes will offer people this option of promoting through video news. It's kind of like hey, can you help me out? here, which is a benefit too that really anybody can use. Anyone can promote video news to a new filmmaker who may be looking for an audience for their film. But really from that big budget perspective, I batch my licensing requests, and we're very strategic around, looking at specific distributors or content providers and trying to deal directly to get life of file. I will oftentimes advocate for like, what kind of, what would you need me to pay for perpetual licensing? Sometimes with smaller organizations that maybe need a bit more money, or where you know that there's one kind of filmmaker running the show and they may be moving towards retirement. We really have to be sort of future thinking about how do we provide long-term access when we're at these bigger institutions. And often the bundling, you can get a better deal for yourself. I would say the streaming platforms are maybe more open to hearing from us our needs than they have been in the past. So I'm very optimistic about that. I think that's probably it. We have just 2 minutes left here.
Oh, there was one other question. Oh, I mean, somebody was asking about dealing with Netflix or consumer-oriented sites. Netflix has a lot of content that they've added onto their site about, for the COVID period that is free. And Scott looks like he can speak to that, so I'll let him talk about
I just want to put a shout out on Ava DuVernay's 13th. That's, I think, freely streaming on YouTube right now is just an example of that. And very timely. I'm into the Twin Cities, so
I do think that this is part of the advocacy piece. 13th was given an educational grant of permission, I think in large part because of pressure put on not just by the Film and Media Roundtable, but librarians and instructors across the country. So these are, issues that we need to be advocating for, going back again to the sort of the loss of the right of first sale and the erosion of both fair use provisions and the limits to when we're thinking of the limits to the exclusive rights of copyright holders. There used to be space for us, both in physical classrooms and through the right of first sale, to provide for whether it's teaching and learning or to provide for our public library patrons to borrow DVDs. This is a crisis that does keep me up at night. Oh no, we're gonna end on a negative note here. But I think the positive tool that I can offer to you all with this question is really one of involvement. So joining our community of practice, whether it's becoming an FMRT member or getting engaged on the Video Lib listserv so that you know when DMCA exemption hearings are opening up, so that we can all kind of come together and make our best argument, because we need your use cases to take to the lawmakers to say, this is how our users engage with media. It's not just fun, right? And fun is another human right too, right? We have the right to fun, but about that edification and research and engagement. So I think we're at time here. I want to thank all of our panelists. We will write up answers to some of the other questions and provide that through FMRT's ALA Connect. Please do join FMRT if you can. We are a small but mighty roundtable, and we need your numbers and support. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Library Research Roundtable Chairs program. We are happy that you are with us today. We are going to spend our time talking about research matters, strengthening our values, and defining our practice. As we begin our time today, I'd like to first acknowledge our winners for the 2020 Jesse H. Shera Awards. If we were together in Chicago for ALA Annual, we would publicly recognize these individuals and acknowledge them. But since we're virtual, we will just do that via slides today. So our winner of the Jesse H. Shera Award for Distinguished Published Research was Rachel Ivy Clark and Sayward Schoonmaker for their article, Metadata for Diversity, Identification and Implications of Political Access Points for Diverse Library Resources. The recipient of our Jesse H. Shera Award for the Support of Dissertation Research was Bonnie Tulloch of the School of Information, University of British Columbia, for her dissertation, Do the Ends Justify the Memes? Exploring the relationship between youth, internet memes, and digital citizenship. Next, I'd like to very quickly highlight our virtual mentorship program that is sponsored by the Library Research Roundtable. You have a copy of these slides, so you can follow the link in the slides, but this program matches early career researchers, mentees, with mentors for assistance with their research projects. So if you are interested, please follow this link for more information. For the bulk of our time here together today, we're going to be hearing from the winners, the papers that were selected for the research forum sponsored by LRRT and the chairs program. So very quickly, I'll go through our lineup of presenters, and then you'll have the opportunity to hear for about 5 minutes from each one of them. We will be hearing from Maria Cahill, talking about story time as context for learning, analysis of emotional, organizational, and instructional supports in storytime interactions. Next, we'll be hearing from Don Latham and Melissa Groves. Do You See What I See? Comparing community college librarian and student perceptions of student information literacy needs. Our third presentation will be from Joyce Casman Valenza, Crossing Thresholds, Wikipedia Shaming and Facing Authority Dilemmas Across Educational Levels. Fourth presentation will be from Kathy Lance, Annie Armstrong, and Glenda Insua, Faculty Views of Student Reading Behaviors, a Qualitative Investigation to Inform Library Practice. Our next presentation will be by Erica Patillo, Dealing with Academic Library Middle Managers, followed by Margaret Zimmerman, presenting Libraries in Society, comparing international metrics of societal progress to library usage statistics. And then finishing up our presentations will be Ann Eubank, Other Duties as Assigned, School Librarians Staffing Challenges in Rural Communities. We realize that we're going to share quite a bit of research with you in a very short period of time, and we don't anticipate that there will be time for questions and answers during the presentation, but please do load those into the question and answer section, and we will do our best to respond to them following the presentation. And with that, I will turn the slides over to Maria.
Okay. So I'm Maria Cahill, and I'm thrilled to be presenting on behalf of my colleagues, Soo-Young Ju and Mary Howard from the University of Kentucky. Our project was sponsored by the Institute for Museum and Library Services. And we're focusing on public library story times because as we know, they're offered in nearly all public libraries in the U.S., and they are the highest attended program offered by public libraries. Despite their popularity, they're largely understudied. The goal of our big project was to explore how public library story times support school readiness and larger community needs. But the focus of this project is to look at the quality of the interactions between the librarians and the child participants in those public library story times. So the reason we decided to focus on interactions is because we know that's where the learning takes place. We know that learning in a socially supportive context is meaningful learning, and it's valuable learning, and it's where the outcomes take place. So our study is based on 68 public library story times in 35 public libraries in Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana. And we were really intentional about making sure that our libraries were representative across the urban-rural continuum. And so our sample is pretty evenly distributed. For the analysis of the interactions, we used a standardized instrument called the CLASS. CLASS is an instrument that was developed for preschool classrooms, but it's been validated for informal learning environments like public libraries as well. The CLASS measures interactions across 3 domains and 10 dimensions. So those 3 domains are emotional support, organization of the environment, and learning support. The scores range between 1 and 7, with 1 and 2 being low and 6 and 7 being high. In emotional support, there are 4 domains: climate, sensitivity, and regard for perspective. So how well a librarian reacts to student needs that are emotionally related. In terms of emotional support, we've found that librarians are doing a pretty good job. So for comparison purposes, we're presenting the results from a national representative sample of preschool classrooms. And you can see that the scores between libraries and preschool classrooms are about similar, and they're in the high medial range. In terms of organization of the environments, this is where we look at behavior management, how productive the environment is, and what the learning formats are. So how many opportunities there are for different types of involvement. Again, comparing the scores to preschools, we see that they're fairly similar, and we see that they're also in the high medial range. So things are looking good there. Then when we get to learning support, so how well are those interactions supporting higher order thinking, extending children's knowledge, and extending children's language, which we know is a really important base for further learning. And we see that the scores are not so good. So recall that the scores go from 1 to 7, with 1 and 2 being low. And what we find is that the scores in terms of learning support are all in the low range, and even lower than those in preschools across all cases. And this is actually counter to what we would have expected because of the context of story times. There are lots of opportunities for concept development and language modeling when you're in a shared book setting. And so I think that this is a real opportunity for librarians to further their support for children. So does that mean that librarians aren't doing a good job? No, not at all. We know that story times are so supportive for young children. We just think that this is an area that librarians might target for further development for themselves to make better outcomes for children. Thank you for your attention. And if we have time, I'm excited to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Maria. Next, we'll hear from Don and Melissa.
Don's muted. He doesn't know he's muted.
Ah, hi everyone. Happy to be here today, and sorry I was talking, but you couldn't hear me. We're going to be talking about an IMLS-funded project looking at community college students, their information literacy needs, and comparing their perceptions of their own needs to community college librarians' perceptions of information literacy needs. Little is known about how community college librarians perceive student information literacy needs, and so we sought to address that gap. There is evidence of a gap between librarian and student perceptions in other contexts, and research has shown that that can be detrimental for instructional success. Why community colleges? Community colleges face a unique set of challenges because of a variety of factors. For one thing, they have a unique mission. Generally, they are intended to provide education for all, so most of them have open enrollment, open admissions. They attract a wide range of students in terms of coming from a variety of educational backgrounds, part-time students versus full-time students. Some are traditional in terms of attending college right out of high school, but others, a fair number, are what we call non-traditional, older students who may be coming back to school after some time out. And many of them have limited economic resources as well. It's also true that their educational goals vary. Some are interested in career training, essentially a 2-year degree. Others want to transfer to a 4-year school and may even go on to graduate work after that. Some are dual enrolled students. They may be finishing their high school coursework, but also taking community college courses for college credit. A lot of times community college faculty are a mix of full-time permanent faculty, but also a large number of adjuncts. And one thing we were particularly interested in is whether the ACRL framework is really adaptable for the community college environment. A fair amount of, at least opinions have suggested that maybe it's problematic in terms of applying to all students at all levels. As I said, this was an IMLS-funded research project, and we sought to address these 3 questions. What are the perceptions of community college librarians about student IL needs? What are the perceptions of community college students about their own IL needs? And then how do those perceptions of the librarians compare with those of the students? So basically, we surveyed community college librarians, and then we interviewed community college students. An online survey was administered this past fall, and we received 163 usable survey responses. And these were community college librarians in Florida and New York, 2 large states with large and diverse community college systems. We conducted online interviews in February and into March, again, with community college students in Florida and New York. We had 34 students participate in interviews. We had actually hoped for a few more, but the pandemic essentially short-circuited our recruitment and interview process. So we were fortunate, I think, to be able to get 34 interviews. So I'm going to turn things over now to Melissa and let her talk about the results.
And what we found was that both librarians and students feel that it is important to know how to search for information and how to evaluate it. They both valued what we call information literacy skills, but librarians demonstrated a little less confidence about students' really true ability to do that. They didn't perceive their skill levels as being very high, and they were particularly concerned about their ability to evaluate information. They felt that might be a weakness. The students had lots of confidence. The students felt like they could evaluate information. So that's one of those places where there's a real gap between how librarians perceive student abilities and needs and how the students themselves evaluate those. We didn't see see a lot of use of the framework among the librarians. They were focusing more on skill-based instruction, and this was in line with what the students reported about how they learn information literacy skills and what they learn, and that related very much to skill-based instruction and not to the kind of threshold concepts that we see in the framework. So librarians and students don't see the same thing. They're not thinking about the same things when they're talking about information literacy needs and abilities. Students don't really relate to this idea of information literacy when they're talking about what they need to know and what they need to be able to do. Their ideas about the skills they need include things like time management, study skills, competence with information technology, being persevering, being able to just like hang in there until you get it. So their conception of what it takes to do this really does differ strongly from librarians and from what we think about in the field. The good news is that they have very high opinions of librarians. They see them as knowledgeable and helpful, and they report, that even tutoring centers, which are often part in the library, also play an important role in their academic support.
Melissa, this is wonderful, but I think we've got to move on to our next presenter. So thank you for this slide that shows the opportunities. Did you have another slide that you could pop up?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Great. Thank you.
So sorry.
No, thank you. We'll pass to our next presenter now, and that will be Joyce.
Awfully sorry, I was muted. Greetings from my research team. I'm very excited to share a subset of the research we did, which was part of a 4-year IMLS-funded research project that examined the behaviors of students from 4th grade to graduate school. And we asked these students to engage with a simulated set of Google results from a search engine result page in order to study their information-seeking behavior in a controlled environment, and also to be able to compare stages of students and different types of students. So this is a representation of our team. And this is what our cohort looked like. We looked at 175 students across 6 educational stages as they engaged in 4 tasks in response to a grade-appropriate science research prompt. And then they needed to engage with the Google search results, and we asked them to assess a few different things: whether the resources would be helpful in the research, whether they would be worth citing in their final assignment, how credible each of the resources that they selected were on a 5-point Likert scale. And by sequencing these judgments, we encourage these students to reveal nuances in their assessments. We listened to them talk. We developed research prompts that were appropriate at the various different grade levels and also resonated with the various different national standards, for instance, the Next Generation Science Standards, AASL standards, and ACRL standards. And this is what they looked like on the higher ed level. And this is a representation of the 4 major tasks we asked students to do. Among the resources that we showed them across all the grade level stages were these 7 common thread resources. By the way, we chose an ICKY prompt that had to do with the Burmese Python. And one of the common thread resources was a Wikipedia entry. So every student, all the 175 students, had the opportunity to choose that Wikipedia entry. So we know that Wikipedia is celebrating its 20th birthday, and it's evolved in 20 years. Its crowdsourced authorship, its wikiness, has provoked a lot of debate relating to its authority, despite the fact that there are many experts and authors and educators and librarians in there editing the Wikipedia articles. We know that there's a lot of evolution right now, including Internet Archive's weaving of actual books into the references. So you get actually into the book from the article. We're also seeing Wikipedia as America's homepage and being vetted by the WikiPubMed project. And just at the same time, we're seeing how Wiki articles evolve with the way we look at a story from beginning to end. And it is really America's homepage, and we watch articles evolve. What we saw overall was that the acknowledgement of Wikipedia's helpfulness rises across the educational stages. Acknowledgement of its citability and its credibility dips. And I'm just going to give you an overview of some of the other things we saw in our qualitative data, what they thought. Interestingly, one of our advisors was a university science professor who is a big fan of Wikipedia. He has high confidence in the material because he knows the people who contributed to it. He is one, and the changes are transparent. Now, let's look at what it looked like at the student level. At the 4th and 5th grade level, there's a binary approach. For many of these intermediate students, Wikipedia is simply bad. There's confusion over the container, with many students confusing the open editorship model with it being a blog. At the middle school level, students continue to resist Wikipedia use perhaps more ardently than the elementary school students. Adults have advised these students not to use it, and students fear that should they use it, they will be suffering grade consequences. At the high school stage, we begin to see more acknowledgement of the usefulness of Wikipedia, as well as a more balanced and nuanced thinking about its limitation, the norms of its editing process, the notion of research workflow. Students recognize it has a role in the scope of their research. Students might not cite it, but they do admit to using it. And then we begin to see students talking openly about the bad rap they perceive Wikipedia has gotten throughout their school experience. At the community college level, there's a clear acknowledgement of the regular use of Wikipedia as a resource and the understanding of its value for references and for getting up to speed on new areas of knowledge, as well as a recognition of the need to cite alternative sources in academic writing. This is the point at which several participants described what might be best described as Wikipedia shaming. Our research team connects that confessional type of statement with prevalent statements from the visitors in residence study, where participants described what those researchers described as a learning black market.
And Joyce, this is
Yes.
fascinating, but I think we've reached the time limit for your 5 minutes. So
Okay, I will just show you at the end that here are some of our findings, and our so whats are here, including, I think, the most important part is to understanding that old heuristics that teachers might have taught may not serve us very well anymore, and that students may need a better understanding of the entire research ecosystem and the tools available to them. Thank you, Audrey.
thanks, Joyce, for the summary. All right. Great. Next we will hear from, I believe, Kathy will lead us off with this presentation. Faculty views of student reading behaviors, a qualitative investigation to inform library practice. So Kathy will be next.
I just need permission to share my screen. There we go.
There we go.
Thank you, Audrey. I'm Kathy Lance from the University of Illinois, Chicago. Joining me today are Annie Armstrong and Glenda Insua. After conducting a few studies on the research habits of first-year students, we found that students could generally find scholarly articles, but that they struggled to engage with them. From student interviews and research journals, we found that students struggled reading academic articles. For this project, we interviewed both students and faculty, but we are focusing this presentation on the faculty, subjects, and findings. Our driving questions were, how do instructors recognize and confront common reading challenges faced by first-year college students? What interventions have instructors implemented to adapt to students' changing reading habits, given the complexities of the electronic environment? And how might librarians incorporate critical reading strategies into their teaching? We interviewed 15 instructors who taught first-year students and had a research component in their class. Many participants were first-year writing instructors, but we also recruited from history and the social sciences. Teaching experience among the participants ranged from 4 to 25 years. We conducted semi-structured interviews with the intention that open-ended questions would provide rich narratives and descriptions. We structured the coding on interview questions, creating new codes as themes emerged. We focused on assigned reading practices, pedagogy, and perceptions. Now I'll turn it over to Annie.
Most instructors did teach reading strategies, with the exception of those who taught large lectured classes. They described reading challenges that were affective or emotional as opposed to purely cognitive. Students lacked confidence, found academic texts alienating, and had trouble asking questions. One instructor said, "The goal is to show that students are prepared, but that they don't know they're prepared because some things will seem a little strange to them." Although not explicitly referring to them as such, instructors clearly used a variety of constructivist pedagogies. Therefore, we analyzed our results following the 4 criteria of constructivist teaching and learning: prior knowledge, cognitive dissonance, application of new knowledge with feedback, and metacognition. I'll provide one example per category. Instructors sought to validate their students' prior reading experience, an example of connecting to and reinforcing prior knowledge. Students don't walk into college as blank slates, and instructors try to access that prior knowledge and experience and build on student strengths. Students experience cognitive dissonance not only when experiencing academic language for the first time, but also when realizing that academic reading requires different skills than other reading. Instructors modeled reading in class to show that academic texts must be dissected and actively read and annotated, as opposed to passively or leisurely read. After instructing students on reading strategies such as asking questions of the text or annotating, instructors often had their students read in small groups or engaged the class in reading-focused discussions. These are examples of applying new knowledge with feedback. And finally, instructors found it useful for students to reflect on their reading strategies. Many used MARCI, the Metacognitive Awareness of Reading Strategies Inventory, to prompt students to reflect on their personal reading dispositions and develop productive strategies in tune with their own reading styles. This falls under metacognition. And now Glenda will discuss implications for librarians.
Thanks. So what does this all mean? We see opportunities to include reading in our library instruction by creating activities to complement what instructors are already doing in their own classroom. Activities such as dissecting a scholarly article or annotating online texts with digital tools can work as either in-class activities or as activities we share with instructors and TAs, especially TAs of larger classes that we found might not have as much time for reading instruction. For synchronous sessions, we can simply emphasize reading a little bit more. We can do this by modeling how to read a database record, or if time permits, the abstract of a scholarly article. And finally, we think it's important to find ways to connect to students' prior knowledge and build upon their strengths, so they may gain a bit of confidence before tackling academic language, since we found that a lot of this had to do with the affective domain. So thank you for listening. We have a list of additional readings that go a little bit more in depth if you're interested, and feel free to email us with any questions.
Great, thank you, Annie and Glenda and Kathy. Our next presenter then will be Erica Patillo, talking with us about academic library middle managers.
Whoops. Wanted to make sure I was sharing the right thing. Okay. Good afternoon. Today I will share the methods I use to explore the academic library middle manager role for my dissertation study. This multi-perspective design is rarely used in library research. I will briefly touch on these 4 areas related to frameworks, methods, and analysis. My mother frequently told the story about how she had to train her new manager. She was confused about how this guy was qualified to supervise her since he had no clue about her job. When I found myself supervising middle managers in an academic library, I shared this confusion about the role, and I wanted to learn more about it. First, here's some information about some of the frameworks that buttressed my study. My middle managers were defined as any individual who is regularly involved with the organization's operations and who has some access to upper management. Next, according to organizational role theory, the people with whom we directly work form our role set and have expectations of us. For example, these role senders send expectations to the middle manager through direct instructions, as well as the expression of displeasure in particular behaviors. In this study, I examined the expectations of 3 of the middle manager's role senders: the middle manager, their senior manager, and their direct reports. And for coding my data, I identified the taxonomy for managerial performance requirements as a useful list of 18 areas of managerial competencies. Now let's move on to the methods I use for gathering data. This intensive, naturalistic, multiple case study approach required participation from several employees within one library. After gaining entry to 3 academic libraries, I recruited 11 middle managers, their supervisors, and their direct reports for a total of 41 participants. Prior to extensive site visits, I analyzed organizational documents and middle managers' calendars. During site visits, each role set member was interviewed and observed in their work environment. The middle managers also completed questionnaires. This mixed methods design is unique because of the multi-perspective approach of gathering expectations from 3 levels in the organizational hierarchy. One goal was to create a bricolage of the academic library middle manager role. A bricolage is something constructed or created from a diverse range of available things, as in this image of Mandela made from junk. Instead of junk, my bricolage was made from the diverse data I gathered and analyzed. And speaking of data analysis, I had a ton of data to analyze. This qualitative data analysis text wasn't my Bible, and data reduction became my mantra. After coding the data using the taxonomy of managerial performance requirements, I used data triangulation techniques such as data matrices and Venn diagrams to make sense of the data. And now some major takeaways. Here is the middle manager bricolage, which depicts the 5 expectations that appeared most frequently across all data sources. So middle managers in this study are expected to communicate effectively, to maintain technical proficiency, to maintain good working relationships, to guide, direct, and motivate, and coordinate their direct reports. I found this to be a rich and comprehensive approach to defining the middle manager role. I heard from multiple employees across 3 libraries. I juxtaposed their responses to the documents that prescribe and chronicle middle manager work. What emerged were areas of harmony as well as discord about middle manager role expectations. While data reduction was necessary to reliably detect emerging themes, it tends to sterilize the vibrant words and stories from participants. So to counter that sterility, I included numerous quotes from participants in my report. A word about next steps. So rather than trying to discover universal competencies, I'm convinced that the middle manager role is best defined, explored, and developed at the local level. I am working on adapting these methods to produce valid and reliable results for individual organizations. So in closing, Mom had it right, of course, and an increased understanding of the middle manager role will help us see their capacity to contribute to strategy and community building, particularly as we attempt to provide services during a pandemic and make our libraries more inclusive. So please follow up with me and see, there's a handout on my website if you want some more details. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Next, we'll hear from Margaret Zimmerman, Libraries in Society, comparing international metrics of societal progress to library usage.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Margaret Zimmerman. I'm an assistant professor, soon to be beginning a new position at Florida State University. As part of my research, I look for different ways to examine large data sets and better understand the relationships that exist between information access, literacy, and health and well-being. So along that vein, the project I'm about is this, Libraries in Society. It looked at varying measures of societal progress for specific countries and compared those metrics to the availability and patronage of those countries' libraries. The objective of this research was to examine the relationship of literacy and library usage globally. 100 countries were examined. Because I'm interested in how we quantify well-being globally, I experimented with grouping these countries in different ways by different indexes that are meant to weigh varied aspects of quality of life. These were the Human Development Index, the Gender Inequality Index, the more traditional World Bank income groupings, and then a statistic that I came up with myself for this project called a progress ranking, in which I looked at metrics associated with the Millennial and Sustainable Development Goals, including the Gender Parity Index, fertility, maternal mortality ratios, years of schooling, undernourishment, under 5 mortality, HIV rates, and neonatal mortality. I compared each of these indicators over the last 20 or so years for each country, ranking each country's progress with each from the beginning of the implementation of the Millennial Development Goals in 2000 until present day. Following the ranking of each country in relations to each individual indicator, these rankings were compared and the countries were giving a ranking of progress related to their overall success in ameliorating deficits measured by the goals set out by the United Nations. Following this analysis, I used each of these rankings to group countries into categories. For example, I created 3 groups of countries, those with the highest, lowest, and middle rankings for human development, or for the Human Development Index. Within each of these groupings, I correlated literacy and library usage. The purpose was to see if there were stronger relationships between literacy and library usage in countries with higher estimated quality of life than those typically considered lower as far as quality of life. And again, I do want to state that I am stating quality of life based specifically on these rankings and nothing else. So the statistics on library usage that I got were from the IFLA Library Map of the World. I was primarily interested in the number of libraries, the number of full-time staff, registered users, and physical loans. Each of these was calculated per 1 million people. And then the literacy rates were from UNESCO. The literacy rates actually were the most limiting statistics to find and really cut down the amount of countries that I could look at in my analysis. This chart presents my initial findings. The correlation rates tend to be low. I recognize that, but that wasn't exactly what I was interested in. What was significant to me about these findings is that the correlation coefficient increases as the quality of life index increases. Essentially, what's most interesting to me about these numbers is the growth, showing that in countries with higher estimated quality of life for different metrics, there is a stronger relationship between library usage and literacy than in countries with lower rankings. And then this is another way to visualize the information on the prior chart. Each bar of the steam graph shows a specific rate of correlation between literacy and library usage, measured across groupings of countries as they increased in ranking according to the particular index that I was using. As you can see, overall rates of correlation increased greatly along with quality of life metrics. This demonstrates that there are stronger relationships between literacy and library usage in countries that have higher estimated quality of life, or at least that's the preliminary findings of this project. So thank you very much for listening to me. I know we're short on time, so I will let the next person take it over. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Margaret. That was fascinating too. Our last presentation today will be from Ann Eubank, Other Duties as Assigned, School Librarians Staffing Challenges in Rural Communities.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for participating in this session. And I will start my presentation. Okay. All right. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank individuals and organizations who participated in this research project, including Every Library, the Montana State University College of Education, Health, and Human Development, the Montana Library Association, and the Follett Corporation, who provided support for this project through the Every Library Foundation pro bono to our state. And so in Montana, we have a ratio at the state level that is required for school library positions. And this ratio is tied to school accreditation processes. In other words, if you do not have the required FTE of school librarians relative to your student population, you will lose points on your state accreditation application or report. So in 2017, we began to really think about this staffing issue. We heard some anecdotal reports that that our librarians were having to do other duties as assigned. So things that were outside the scope of library duties that took up time in their full-time position. So I'm not talking about recess duty. I'm talking about being assigned a French class for 50 minutes every single day when you're a full-time librarian. This is a map of the areas in the state of Montana that have insufficient or no school libraries staff according to the ratio, and the dots that you see are on or near Montana, one of Montana's 7 Indian reservations, or extremely rural and remote. So we dug into the licensure data from our Central Department of Education, and what we found was that there are plenty of licensed individuals who qualify to be school librarians in the state of Montana. However, there is an uneven distribution of these individuals, particularly in rural and remote areas. It is very difficult to find an individual who is willing to teach and be a school librarian in a very remote or rural area in the state. That being said, only about 6% of the schools in Montana are out of compliance, as it were, in some way, shape, or form with the accreditation standard for school library FTE. So we started hearing these anecdotal reports. We distributed a survey, 119 respondents completed. And so the core of this is, are you assigned to other duties during your dedicated contract time as a library media specialist? So we found that 27% of respondents did indicate yes. So you can see the types of things that they're required to do by their building administrator here. Related to that, we wanted to know whether or not the building administrator had reported to the state that there was indeed compliance with that ratio. And so 50% of those 32 respondents said, yes, even though I'm doing other duties, my principal is saying that I'm in the library full time. So here's some examples of other things that librarians have been required to do by their building administrators outside of library time that they are assigned to contractually. So it's mostly like courses and supervising study halls and having the library be closed while they're doing something else. Then we asked, what's going on with this? And I want to just point to the bottom bullet. I often feel I'm forced to explain something and that it allows for our district to get away with something. And so that was the ethical crux of the issue that we're concerned about in this research study. What we do know is there's a complex relationship between accreditation compliance and ensuring that every single kid gets instruction from qualified educators. We know that standards for accreditation are external, and so that is not an internal decision, it's a compliance issue. So we posit that ethical decision making on behalf of the building administrator can possibly be compromised as a result of the severe shortage of qualified educators in really rural areas. And so they are doing the best they can with what they have. And so I want to be clear about that. They attempt to be fair, they attempt to implement procedures and rules. And sometimes there are decisions that might be considered unethical, such as saying that on a report to the state that we have 1.5 librarians when the half-time librarian is actually teaching 3 classes only in the library 1 day a week. So we wanted to make sure that this is coming from a place of support and just ensuring that we are upholding the standards of accreditation, and also working with our building administrators to really think about the role and the added value of the school librarian, and to really encourage individuals to get provisionally licensed as a librarian, maybe a teacher moving to a library position, which we have opportunity to do so in this state. So here are my references, and I want to thank you very much. This is a study that originated from practitioners in the state of Montana, so I want to thank my collaborators for working on this really important project with me. Thank you.
And we'd like to thank you all for attending. I think our time is just about up, but thank you for attending, and thanks to all our presenters for condensing 15 to 20-minute research presentations into a lightning fast 5-minute shot. Thank you so much for all that you've done. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a nice day yourself.
Thank you.
All right, great job, everybody.